It's the test recording song.
I'm gonna take it over with my glasses song.
Test recording.
Glasses.
Please say something else.
Glasses.
You say glasses, I say cider.
I don't have cider on me.
The day is ruined.
Oh boy.
That should do it.
Then do it.
I cannot stop grooving. Please send my help.
Help! Help you!
I can see the ambulance.
There should be the men in white coats with straight jackets.
I've been taken away. This joke has gone long enough.
It's overstayed welcome, you mean?
Yes, Dad.
Headshot cam.
Oh, sod.
I have a confession to make.
Yes.
I'm Jack the Ripper.
Since when?
I traveled through time, and I've been chased around by Sherlock Holmes. He will not stop me, though. I will kill again. Okay. No, actual confession. I've been wanting to play the relatively newly released visual novel or visual novel parody, Pizza Game. It is a game that I've been following its development, that is, for a long time, pretty much since the very beginning of the idea of Pizza Game, mostly because I was already a fan of the people making it and I was already following them, so that felt like an organic following in that sense. Unfortunately, for some alien inexplicable reason, the game would not work on my PC, and it's not a matter of system requirements, because it's a bloody visual novel. It has no graphics. Also, it would work on Windows 7, so I should not have a problem with that. For some reason, either the game is corrupted or it has a problem running in certain systems. Either way, I tried the Steam version, I tried any other available version outside of Steam. Nothing would work. I tried and tried. I cannot play this game, which makes me really, really angry, but also really, really sad. It makes me angsty, is what I'm saying.
You mean... So in other words, it makes you, sangry?
It makes me sing a Linkin Park song. There.
Oh, no.
Crawling in my skin! The bad one, that is. We're playing a different visual novel, one that I actually made sure would work on my system. Lo and behold, This is another game from itch.io. It's not a finished game, it's more of a demo. It has 2 chapters available, but I like it, and I want to showcase it. Because I'm generous like that. Since, you know, I am an influencer,
Yes.
in the sense that I am on the verge of getting the influenza, apparently. Because
Oh no.
winter hit us with the force of a raging tiger, in a manner of speaking. But yes, this is a visual novel with nice art, nice voice acting, which we are not listening to, by the way, because we are voicing the characters. Yes.
Yeah, we're here to ruin it for everybody.
Let me just reactivate the music. Alright, so this is the Hayseed Night. Let's begin.
Yay!
This version includes up to Chapter 2 and a major aesthetic update regarding character designs. Anything displayed is subject to change in later versions. As always, keep up with development on my Twitter account, which we'll be sure to give a link to or display it on the screen, whichever I feel like doing.
Yep, tweet.
That's your A material, Devar. We're in
It's
trouble.
not.
This is hard. Harder than I would have thought. By the way, the narrator does not have a voice in the game. Just so you know.
Ah.
Coming back, I mean, I've been walking for who knows how long, but here I am. So let's see how heirlooms changed in my absence.
That's an interesting name.
Hirub, so good to see you.
What an interesting name.
The Royal Pathway, fancy as ever. People, tiny people, gods, I still hate you all. I guess he's not a fan of early 1990s midget wrestling.
Either that or he's not a fan of the Borrowers movie.
I am not a fan of the Borrowers movie myself. You're thinking of Ariete. Yes. I swear that if someone so much as looks at me twice, I'm leaving and not coming back. Ah, it's a ship. I cracked the code. For real!
If you do not stop it, we're gonna turn this story around.
Seriously, no? Not looking at me? Really? How can you ignore this big hat?
Maybe it's not cool enough.
I'll say. Do you even know who I am, you witless bunch of fop doodles?
Fopdoodle.
Well, that's a swear word, I believe. Ooh, I'm so mad. Fine, whatever, I guess that it's been longer than I thought. Leave the whole fame and glory thing to the people who actually deserve to be mentioned. I'm being sarcastic, like me. After all, I'm basically doing charity work here. There is no reason for me to come back. I should have just stayed in bed, I mean out of Akazor forever. I should have learned not to care about the things they say about the Damas at this point. But the things they've been saying about him are just crazy! The Knight of the Upper Field, that's how they call him now, and they sing dumb songs about all the awesome things he never did. You can insert the name of any given politician there. Battling monsters, serving whatever king or queen rules at the time, casting spells, loving those, ha! Until morning comes, making foes vanish with a single scream. Okay then.
Interesting.
So yes, in case you didn't figure it out, this game stars anthropomorphic animals. Mostly deer, does, stags, and gazelles.
Yay?
I guess if you're into that particular subsection of the furry fandom, then that's great for you. Personally, I'm in it for the designs. and clearly the brilliant sense of humor. And you know what? It's getting really hard to remember what's true and what's a lie, and that's scary. Aging.
2019.
Yes, in a nutshell. That's the single scariest thing that's ever happened to me. Well, that and also being in line in a Disneyland attraction. That's the first thing that came to mind, I'm sorry. I can do better than that. I like him too much to ignore this anymore. Oh, I get it! He's at Tsundere! So I'm going home. As in, screw you guys, that's where I'm going. I'm going to tell everyone what kind of an idiot their dear knight is.
You mean like a literal deer?
Yes. So expect a few puns on the matter. Figuratively. In a book. Without my name. I don't especially want to be lynched. Oh wait, right, this was a letter. Can you read yet? If so, tell your mother I hate her. If not, I guess she'll just burn the letter for your convenience.
Well, this is something.
Okay, there is so much drama going on with just the narrator. Can you imagine the rest of this?
I can imagine.
Wish me luck all the same. I have no idea of how to start this. So you could say that we have an unreliable narrator on our hands. As in...
Maybe a bit.
A literally biased narrator and also the unreliable narrator as in the literary technique, which is applied here.
Yeah.
Chapter 1. The Fickle Queen. What better...
Fickle!
Yes, what better way to start a story than when things are about to go south? It seems the game is running a bit slow for some reason. It's a visual novel, so who cares? Adder, actually, do you want to take this character?
Adder? Okay.
Okay, you will decide a voice when you see him.
Yeah, I know.
Oh, there he is.
Hey, lad. Or is that someone else?
No, it's him.
Do we have to go through this every single foot?
So it's Knuckles. Okay. You're giving him your Knuckles voice. Okay.
I don't know. I just basically saw like a.
No, please do go on. I encourage you. Kya! Nani?
Oh boy, here we go.
A beast? I saw a beast.
Way to call me an eyesore.
That's not very nice. I'm telling ya, I saw a beast. It was brown.
Right.
He's brown.
Right. Look, I'm not drunk enough for this, so... Good.
This ain't no time to sleep. The beast may be gone, but the Makedar are still out there. Okay, so this game has a penchant to drop elements of world building on you without real context, which is organic from a narrative standpoint because characters who are already knowledgeable of facts tend to not
give context
to those facts for the benefit of an audience, and that's good for the sake of a natural occurring dialogue between characters. Eventually context is given, but if you're used, like most people are, to have everything explained and introduced to you at the beginning, then this is not the story for you. It is slightly more challenging than that.
I'm actually a fan of this sort of storytelling more than...
Oh yes, me too. Of course, when it's done wrong, we have Loom. The forest out there and it's come to find me. Oh.
Can you stop screaming like an idiot and use your brain for a second?
I knew they'd get to the city one day. We gotta tell everyone.
That face that looks like as if, God, I want a drink.
That is most recognizable face.
There are no damn trees around, you dimwit!
So, for a visual novel, there sure is a lot of movement, you might have noticed.
Yeah, I've noticed. There's a lot more movement and expressions going on here.
Yes, that's very endearing. A long shush followed right after, or that's what we'll go with, since the words their dear neighbors used were too colorful to be reproduced. Well, somebody is trying to sound like Douglas Adams right off the bat. Ah, then what you all are for, Mr. Bard? The sun ain't up yet, and if you don't quit your whining, we're gonna get a beating. Suddenly he sounds southern.
Says you, the buck who have been delighting mine ears with his pitiful wailing all night long.
Say what? Looks at the clock. Ah!
You've been talking in your sleep again.
Okay, first choice of the game. What do we choose?
Let's see, we have the confrontational, a bit diplomatic, or, you know, just sheepish.
But the beast! But thou
But the
must!
beast!
But thou must!
But thou must!
But the
The
beast!
beast!
Tis folly! But thou must! So?
Let's just go with, let's go with sorry.
That was my choice too. Well, slap my head and call me silly. Done. I'm so sorry, Mr. Bard. I was goofy, but I lost it. I forgot we were in heirloom for a moment here, but no more. I'm gonna make sure to keep my dreams dead silent from now on. Yeah.
That's what you said last time.
Ugh.
Ugh. Can't a deer have a hangover in peace for once?
No.
Don't know why. Geoff is making me think of Matt Mercer for some reason.
It doesn't quite have Matt Mercer's voice.
I can definitely try.
Well, you are already Knuckles, and he's voiced by Mercer, isn't he? Or am I confusing him with
think-
someone else?
I actually don't know. I should research that.
He was voiced by Dan Green at some point? Or again, I might be mistaken, don't quote me on that. I'm not exactly a savant when it comes to the voice acting legacy of Sonic the Hedgehog.
Well, me neither.
You know that I'd move away if I could, but I'm lazy.
Don't sweat it, kid. Once you're faring better, you'll take us both out of our misery.
With those disgusting Popeye arms.
Well,
Wait a minute!
he has one eye. That's
Oh my gosh, he is Popeye! Wait, fair? Fair? Oh, free!
Don't. Please don't.
The fair! Okay, I'm not doing Popeye.
I swear to buy that kid.
Yes.
I swear to buy it, that kid. If you keep screaming, I'm gonna kill you.
Not if they get me first! And he's gone. And so, Adder's heavy hooves stomped the ground with the force of a stampede as he sprinted away. Get it, stampede? Because he's a deer? Making Geoff regret every decision that led to him suffering this moment. Like I said, this narrator might be a bit biased.
A tad, yes.
A tad. I theorized it was Geoff pretending not to be Geoff, but that would make too much sense.
Especially since he's wearing a hat. Glad we sorted that out.
Wide awake now and running as fast as his clumsy hooves would let him, Adder set off to the bazaar, which is brown. A whole
brown
year
tar
had come and gone since it first set foot on the streets of Slander District, the most infamous slums of the capital. Well, okay. A place
That's lies and slander.
so heinous that walking there alone at night was considered a suicide attempt. A place where you were in your right to keep a house if you could, outlast its previous owner. Where it once felt like a poor fawn fearing for his life, now he felt like a poor deer fearing for his life. But at least he actually knew his way around after such a long time avoiding brigands. He had no time to spare worrying about trivial matters, such as being robbed or stabbed, for he knew fully well that he was to meet his destiny!
Yeah, getting stabbed or robbed by things is not important.
The patron's gonna skin me alive! He looks like he's trying to jump around avoiding somebody's dog's remains. Or maybe he's playing that game in which you have to jump on the squares.
Oh yeah, hopscotch.
He's playing hopscotch. Anyway, the patron's gonna skin me alive! A destiny which most likely didn't really include being flayed by his dearest employer. Though we can't rule out the possibility of his direct superior whacking him in the head for oversleeping on such an important date. There is quite a nice tambourine playing in the background. Or is it a bongo? There is a nice bongo playing in the background. Oh! What if she hates me now? My dreams of making a harem will never come true now.
I guess he has a date.
Then the Patreon won't have no problem kicking me out. Yes, the agreement changes on patreon.com are truly severe. He'll kick me out and keep my skin as payment. Oh, nuts! Nah, that's dumb. But he'll kill me anyway! Crap, 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 crap!
This guy is...
I love the fact that he just came back to say that to the audience before starting running again. So immersed was he in these fatalistic thoughts invading his head that his brain, which was by all accounts mostly made of sawdust, didn't pay any mind to the path his hooves were following. Crown! Slow motion! And so, as is to be expected from someone not heeding the wise advice, look where you're going, he soon met the first obstacle in his way to the plaza. A wall.
Oh, okay. I wasn't thinking that. Oh, unless the wall is a choosable love interest.
All in all, he's just another brick in the wall. Up! A P in the end. Okay, this is all yours, Devar.
Oh dear.
In any other place, that soft chuckle would have meant that Adder wouldn't have the benefit of living with his failures alone. In the slums, it could mean that he wouldn't have the benefit of living at all. That was almost impressive. Oh wait,
That was impressive.
it's her.
I truly thought that you were going to run straight through that wall. for a moment. Ha!
Yes, that's pretty much the voice I would have expected you to use for this one. The voice got closer by the second, followed by a strangely harmonic tinkling. Hey, is somebody peeing in the slums?
Please don't.
Yes, that's very rude. Stabbing, killing, robbing, that's one thing. But the pissing, that breaks the code, gentlemen. That's just going too far. Are you not entertained?
No.
A melody that danced in his ears and paralyzed his mind, rendering him frozen in the spot at the thought of an incoming murderous lady.
A murderous lady? Oh no!
That's the worst kind of murderer, I think. Adder shut his one remaining eye and held his breath deeply, knowing that it would be the last. Not dead yet.
Yup, get the watch out.
Not dead yet. Still not dead. How come he was still alive? That's just rude! Yes, just like the guy that was peeing in the slums earlier. That's very rude.
Incredibly.
Between his blurry sight and the
Obfuscating.
No, you said it wrong too. The
Obfuscating.
No! Obfuscating darkness. Other could barely tell apart the silhouette standing right in front of him. He should have run and screamed and begged for his life, but instead...
What, we're gonna make a choice?
He hesitated long enough for a few stray sun rays to wander among the rundown houses, finally casting light upon his foe. Oh, whoa, animation! Whoa, I know Kung Fu! And there she is.
Ah, her name is Hottie.
Probably not.
That is probably a bit on the nose there, guys. She's more a cutie than a hottie, but okay.
Oh, that's because you don't know her yet.
For your information, everyone already thinks that Rose are thick-skulled. We don't need another martyr for this cause.
Other's absolute lack of reaction made her mocking smile falter. By the way, she has a pretty damn good music. I'll just say that. To be fair, he had indeed left a sizable hole on the wall. He just crushed against. But that was hardly the cause for his sudden drop in mental speed. Although, you should see a doctor for that.
Are you okay?
Adder nodded, though he hadn't really heard the question. It's a hand!
Oh my god, it's a hand paw!
It's not a hoof, it's a hand!
It has fingers!
It has
And a
fingers
thumb.
that look like hoofs, but they're not! Ah! Sensing this, the mysterious lass extended a soft hand towards him in an amiable gesture. Take her hand or play it cool.
I say just take her hand, just be, you know...
Take on me, take on me. That's a big hand, let me tell you. Why is your hand trying to eat mine?
What? What are those?
So I like the fact that Adder's weird character design is actually addressed in universe, and it is sort of a plot point as well.
Huh.
Yeah! I know they're short, please don't stare.
The short? What kind of nonsense is that? I've never seen like hands like those before.
Yes, I have never seen like hands like those before. Like, at all. Like, duh.
Never seen hands like Andre the Giant before.
Oh yes, he could hold a beer and make it look really small in his hand. My hands? You like my hands? Are you one of those creepy hand lovers?
Were you born with them? How much weight can you lift? Can you use tools at all? Or wear a shirt? What's wrong with your neck? Is that a hood or a scarf? I love the pattern, by the way.
You ask too many questions, I will have to kill you.
I like her tail wagging, though.
She is one of the best characters in this game. Easily. Oh, look at his blushing face. Boop! No spoop. Boop! I wonder if the video recorder is actually capturing the mouse. If it's not, this will not make sense. Because I am booping his nose with the arrow of the mouse. Boop!
Yay!
Just for context, I'm saying that.
So?
I'm waiting for a witty comeback.
So, I'm waiting.
Is this not a pirate duel? Where is your witty retort? You should be saying, appropriate, you fight like a cow.
Which would work in this universe, I guess.
It's very insulting to cowman, though. I'm sorry, what was the question?
You. What are you supposed to be?
Well, I'm just your run-of-the-mill prairie buck, ma'am. Just, you know, my ma gave me shovels for arms and a gird for a neck. They're better for work in the fields, ya see. Interesting, fascinating.
Come on, I want the actual story.
The actual story is a bit tragic and it will shift the mood instantly, lady. I warned ya. Yeah, I want the boring bits? Yeah, okay, see, I used to be all big and strong, but then I come to the city and what do you know? Food ain't so easy to come by. I was so hungry that I'd even eat the rocks in the street.
Wow.
That's not funny at all. And I got to bed hungry one night and another, and I keep on starving till I end up with 2 meals short of turning into a walking pile of bones. Except for my hands, they just won't get. And they're for real heavy, let me tell ya.
Surprised you can move with those honkers.
Yes.
Why do I call them honkers?
I don't... So that's the gist of it. You wanna hear about my neck too, or my name at least? The girl's eyes narrowed as she stared at Ada. He fixed his gaze on his hands, considering the strange path the conversation had taken. The music is going crazy, let me tell you.
So, what you're saying is that you used to be plump?
Plump? Like a fruit? Well, I used to eat a bunch of fruit before I came down here last year. You need to see a doctor for that head commotion of yours.
Yeah. Last year? Wait, how many eyes did you have then?
3, 4, 5. What kind of a question is that? How many? 5, I think, but I lost the other 4. Don't be stealing my jokes. Sniff. It's just the one, ma'am.
I knew it. You've changed a lot, but it's you. You're that loudmouth one-eyed chub.
Wow,
What?
rude much? Say woo!
It's me. Don't tell me you've forgotten me.
You said we were going to make a harem together. How could you forget? Geoff had warned Adder multiple times about the dangers of the "It's me! Dio!" scams, but he was pretty tempted to fall to this one. Ma'am, I don't know what you're selling, but I ain't gonna buy it. Oh, you do want to know what she's selling, actually. Well, let me put it this way. Her theme music, it very much is inspired from the kind of music you hear exotic dancers dance by. So that should give you a hint.
The music is spoiling us. Come on, don't you remember that night on the bridge under Hirob's statue with the gods laughing at you?
Thank you for awakening old wounds.
You didn't hit your head that hard, did you?
Sigh. I bet those guards had one haystack of a night laughing at some poor book, but I'm pretty damn sure that wasn't me. No siree. I remember you, trust me.
That's one way of saying it. It was pretty long time ago, but...
By the way, is your name still Hottie?
Wait, I know. That cheeky grin.
She bit her lip just long enough to make other Lucy's need to understand the situation anymore.
Come closer.
Uh-huh. Who, me? Who me almost asked the deer, yet there was no one else hiding in the mists of dawn. Except the guy who was still peeing, he needs to see a doctor too!
No.
I said, get closer!
I said, get over here! I mean,
Get over here! Alright then, here I come. We're playing this game now.
That's it. Come on. Don't make me walk over there.
I'm lazy too. Aha! Boop!
Boop! Hey, she did it for you.
It was a trap! It was a trap!
That's close enough.
She slipped right under Other's arm, uninvited, but not unwelcomed. Ho 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 ho!
Oh, ho, ho.
I guess Other is making all the right rolls on this encounter.
Now, if you could get on your knees,
Wait! No, I don't want to marry you!
You know what? Maybe you should see a doctor after all.
That's what I've been saying all along! Jasif! There you are!
Jasif,
As if!
give me a break.
Aw, you spoiled sport. In less than a blink, her smile was back on her face as she turned to face the voice in the distance. It was some other doe in similarly flashy clothing, hurriedly stomping her way towards Jasif, apparently.
You called?
We've been looking everywhere for you! Aha! Aha!
I like how Ada basically just like slinked away like...
Just sleeps away!
And so you found me. Congratulations. Now, if you don't mind...
Miss Rachels had us searching for hours! She wants you back immediately! Aha! Aha! I don't know what possessed me to do the freaking scratch voice, but okay.
I have no idea. Well, I'm kind of busy, so...
No!
Would you be so kind
No!
to go tell
Nope.
to find someone else to bother
Nuh-uh!
while I catch up with my friend here?
Nope! Look, I've had strict orders from Dr. Robotnik to bring you back to base! Some wench.
That's what she's called.
The
Very
fight's about to
old-fashioned.
start! Head back already, or you'll get us all in trouble! The red-haired girl stood completely still. She held her breath for an instant.
And then murdered the wench.
Almost. She murdered her with words!
I'm sorry. Was that an order?
More menacing. What? I am Robotnik said?
Say, do you know what happened to the last wench who had the gall to order me around?
Jasif's smile was still plastered on her face, but her eyes had narrowed down to a squint, sharpening her long eyelashes even further. I don't?
Care to find out?
Ah! The doe looking for her stammered color drain. Wait, the doe looking for a stammered color drained from her mien?
That's a...
Oh, okay,
That's a bit-
I just read it wrong. The doe looking for her stammered color drained from her mien. Yes, it's unexpectedly tricky. After a few tense seconds, a pleased smile spread across Jasif's face.
Come now, honey. Don't make that face. I'm just joking here.
We're all friends here, right?
I've got too much going on as it is to begin picking fights with my sisters. Don't you think?
I think you might have successfully imagined in your mind what her profession is.
Mm-hmm.
We can say it, she's a sex worker.
Yes.
I mean, there is no big taboo breaking by saying a simple fact like that.
Well, no.
Anyway. Right! Well, I have to go to my client, Grounder!
Oh god, Grounder sounds like a very awful...
Pulp Fiction, yes.
Then that's settled. Let's go.
Okay! Jasif whipped her braid as she turned around sharply, making the choir of bells that hung from her hips announce her leave. She has no points in stealth, I can tell.
Yeah.
Other had barely just a second to register what had happened. He could swear something had moved in a corner, but he couldn't care less. The finest lass he'd ever laid eyes upon in his whole life was about to disappear, and she seemed to have forgotten all about him. This is your chance, laddie! Facing the prospect of never seeing her again, he tried, at the very least, to catch up to introduce himself formally. Wait,
Yes?
But as Adar was about to speak, he had the same feeling of missing something. Something
Your
really
purse.
obvious. Really obvious that's actually right in front of you. Flapping as we speak. And so, as his gaze drifted following her back once more, he noticed something else moving behind her derriere. Something long, like a whip, ending on a red tuft of fur. Something that most definitely didn't look like a serving tail. Confused, his eyes quickly traveled from the zone where her back lost its name to the top of her head. Praying, wishing, desperately hoping that he wouldn't find what he found sprouting from the top of her red head. Horns!
Horns? Which
She's
you didn't
the
notice
devil!
before.
Coiled, black Barhan horns,
Barhan.
longer than his own rack. Which really sounded wrong, but okay. Adar had to hold back a yelp. He'd been so distracted by the rest of her features that No, no way, I wasn't looking at her. Nuh-uh, Other yelled internally. Beads of sweat began falling from his temples as his face became even more flustered. There's no way, I... But as if meaning to aggravate his inner turmoil, Joseph smiled one last time with a mischievous glint in her eyes.
Don't worry, I'll see you around.
Which is to say, you'll see me around.
Handsome.
Uh-huh. Adder was so many things. He was goofy. Listen to my impression of goofy. He was loud. He had a smile that could light up a whole town. He was gigantic. And yet, if there was a thing he'd never call himself, it was, no doubt, handsome. After
come on.
all, a buck's worth may as well be as large as his horns are, and his were, well, tiny, almost childlike. Ah, here it comes, the weight of societal expectations and the patriarchy, deciding what constitutes masculinity and what constitutes an ideal of femininity, and everybody is screwed over by it.
Screw that, you're a great guy. I totally call you handsome. You're a man cake.
I guess we have the official man cake of approval for Adder. So, that offhanded compliment, that mere insinuation that someone find him actually good looking, made his heart fluttershy. I mean, just flutter. And by flutter, I mean it may as well have burst out of his chest right then. I see a doctor again! So, for just 1 second, he forgot that the lady in front of him was horned. For a moment, he forgot all the things he'd heard about gazelles. So yes, it's that element of world building which hints at a greater leitmotif about societal rejects and pariahs, which, come to think of it, all the characters in this novel fit in that mold, for different reasons. His face turned red, his jaw came loose, but had he been able to articulate, he'd have found he'd completely forgotten the ability to talk. He's like a character from Fallout, with 1 intelligence.
Noogie!
Nookie! He still knew how to do one thing, though. Run!
No, seriously?
Yes. Scream of endless suffering. Wordless heartbreak. This time, his shame was stronger than the wall. Here we are! The sun was already up in the sky by the time Adder managed to remember that he was supposed to go to the bazaar. Yes, to steal watermelons. Ah, I'm so sorry, I didn't mean to arrive so late, please don't kill me! Oh, lucky day. But lo and behold, there was no one around.
Because they were already caught by the police!
Hey, what do you know, first again, I'm gonna have to ask for a raise at this rate, haha, haha, haha. Hold up, now ain't the time, oh gosh, ain't the time for that. Aina could get here any... Oh no, she's behind me, isn't she? But boss, ha, gotcha. You're gonna end up giving someone a heart attack if you don't quit sneaking up on people like that, you know. And there she is, arguably the best character in this game. Right, don't you think for a second I forgot I was supposed to prepare the stall? No ma'am, but you know, the days are getting longer and it's harder to sleep at night and the streets are real crowded, which is all fair if you ask me. Aina's silent glare told him that she didn't believe a single word, but she didn't care enough to pry either. Aina added! Yay!
Yeah, yeah, but it's a part of our growing harem list.
Hey now, quit giving me that look, missy. You got here late too. She pointed at the hair. It was dripping drops of green water.
Oh.
And how is it my fault that you were busy dyeing your hair? Perfect response. Leaving him with that perfectly valid question unanswered, she walked back to pick up a big bag she'd left a few steps away. She lifted it up with a single hand and then headed towards the stall, closely followed by other. It was about time that they began working. A sudden thought popped up in Other's mind as he helped her set up their carpet. So, how come the patron ain't here? It's just gonna be the two of us today. Aina simply shrugged. If you're waiting for her to speak, I have bad news for you. She's mute.
I already gathered that she is a mute character.
Yes. In a visual novel, and she's the best character. Figure that one out.
It's always the silent ones and that people gravitate
that's what they
to.
say before they kill people. Aina simply shrugged.
I mean, she looks like she wants to kill Ada with that hammer.
Oh, she looks like she wants to kill everyone constantly because everybody annoys her. Because her very existence is problematic for some people.
Oh.
You know, similarly to the gazelle from earlier. Or her father.
Right.
Her father is... oof, a minefield, let me tell you.
Let's see.
You won't tell your pa I got here late, right, boss? Sucker punch. She punched his arm with such strength that she almost made him fall sideways. Ah, what did I... Oh, tail! Right, sorry, boss. You stupid ass JWs. No. This little reminder that has... woke culture is ruining humor! This little reminder that was a sensitive issue effectively killed the conversation. People from all over Harlem began congregating in the bazaar, turning the walled plaza into a sea of spice, trinkets, and deer. The currents of that sea were still difficult to understand for Ada, who often found himself pushed to the ground in the busiest hours. Today would be especially lively. It was the beginning of the Dawnson season, which I'm assuming it's autumn.
I would assume that.
And so the festive Echain had to make sure to bid a proper farewell to the rain clouds so that they'd be back again by the end of it. A pleasant change from Adder's usual day-to-day, working in Aina's forge under the continuous risk of suffering a heat stroke or third-degree burns. Or that's what he thought at first. Welcome, welcome! We got the best prices in town! Come and see what goods we offer, and whatnot. There was no reaction whatsoever to his incessant yelling.
Oh, she just popped out of nowhere.
Ain't out of nowhere! Other than Aina snickering at him for trying so hard, that is. Sure must be fun watching me break my back so your dad won't yell at us. Well, now you spoiled my fun. Thumbs up!
Eno just gives the thumbs up.
With a long sigh, Aina sat up and cast a tired glance over the carpet. She reached out and grabbed a small shiny dagger.
Uh-oh.
Please don't kill me. After checking its sharpness against her gloves, she began stabbing the air as possible customers approached the stall, attempting to showcase its intended use. You need to utilize these marketing skills in the slander slams.
Oh, gosh.
Adder quickly put his hands over her shoulders, discreetly bringing her arms down. You know what? I take that back. There ain't no deer in the world that works harder than Aina of the Tess. There just ain't. A hard worker like you deserves a good rest every once in a while. So, just let me take care of this, boss. Thumbs up again. He did his best attempt at a natural smile. Aina, who couldn't care less about any of this, simply shrugged and sat back, still wielding the knife. She let her hand fall on one of the stones that paved the bazaar, and effortlessly tore it from the ground, deciding that it did serve better as a sharpening tool. So she is ridiculously strong.
So I can tell.
You do you. Right then. The hours passed by slowly and painfully, for they were completely ignored by any passerby, well, actually avoided, rather than ignored. It was no surprise the merchant, Adder's Patreon, and his mute daughter were two of the most despised people in the city. In spite of the incredible variety of antiquities and smithery that the merchant had for sale, no one ever bought a single thing. And there were plenty of reasons for that. Even Adder had some serious doubts about working for an old Barhan man whose fur was redder than blood, and an albino smith that insisted on dyeing her hair green. The fact that they worked independently from Heirlooms Traders Guild probably had something to do with it too. Luckily, money is not a problem because the guy is filthy rich. So there goes that conflict. In any case, it was well after noon and they hadn't done anything but sit around the whole day. Sigh. Adder pressed his lips together and began drumming his fingers against the floor. Longer sigh. He looked askance at Aina, hoping his subtle call for attention had stirred her curiosity, but there was no answer.
Because she couldn't answer you.
Exactly. He'd have to be one to actually break the silence as usual. So, hey, Aina. I bet you're still wondering just what in the world could make a hard-working buck like this one get here so late this morning.
Yes.
Aina stopped hitting the rock with the blade. She barely moved her eyes towards Ada.
It's like, I don't care.
Gulp. Well, buckle up, cause there's a whole story there. This gotta stay between you and I, but this morning I saw this.
I ran through a wall. I saw a gazelle.
So
I mean, two of these sound just about right. I mean, running through the wall and the gazelle part.
but what do we choose? There seems to be some sort of taboo, societal taboo,
I got
relegated to gazelles. It's a combination of xenophobia and mistrust over different cultures and misogyny.
All that.
Yes, all that. So, what do we do?
I mean, we did run through a wall.
Okay. I ran through a wall! Good thing I got a thick skull, right?
I like to think that Ida basically, was waiting all that time for him to answer that.
Adder's attempt at starting some sort of one-way conversation fell short. Yet another awkward silence ensued. He feared in those long seconds of quietness that his words hadn't been heard, or worse yet, that they were but he was to be ignored for eternity, or, you know, eternity. No, that couldn't be. It surely worried her too much. Of course she'd be concerned. What kind of idiot runs straight into a wall and then brags about it? Oh my gosh. I shouldn't have told her that, he lamented, thinking of ways to excuse himself for such a dumb thing. Exclamation point!
Look at that face, it's like as if, you idiot.
Actually, you should do her quote-unquote voice. She makes some noises from time to time. Don't run through walls! Ah, what was that for? Grow on. What? You get mad when I worry about you and you get mad when you worry about me? That ain't fair, ma'am. I'm gonna get real mad at you the next time you punch a wall. Real mad.
Punch a wall.
Oh my gosh, she's Knuckles, the mauler of walls. Please don't punch any more walls. Someone's gotta fix them holes for ya.
It's a chaos damn clusterfuck with you, isn't it?
The best way to define Ana's smile at that precise moment would be terrifyingly mean. While her bad temper was known and feared among the other merchants, it was unusual for her to be so acidic, especially towards other. Our dear boy couldn't help but notice this change, and he wasn't going to keep it to himself, of course. You're acting real ugly, boss. Well, if you just point it out like that, you suck all the fun from it. The smile on her face vanished, replaced instead by a grimace. Oh, I feel bad now. Damn it! You ruined my afternoon! In response to this affirmation, Ana merely shifted her gaze back to the blade and resumed her task, pretending she hadn't heard him. But if Other was known for one thing, it was his incessant need to stick his nose in everyone's business. So?
How do we handle this? What's wrong, I'm guessing, because...
What's wrong, Ana? Ana! A wrinkle formed over her nose as she focused on keeping calm, but Other didn't get the message. Come on, don't just keep everything to yourself. You know, there ain't a single thing in the whole of Dachna. Ya can't tell me.
Well, you said tell.
Oops. No sooner had finished the sentence, Ana slammed the dagger she was sharpening against the ground, effectively sinking its tip in the ground. Right, I know there ain't a single thing you can tell me either. This was one of them metaphors Geofloves. He says to the hushed mouth, ain't got nothing on an open heart? There is something very wrong about this entire sentence, and I love it.
He was trying to say metaphorical, but he's just, you know...
Metaphors! Metaphors! New action team Metaphors on NBC. Metaphors starting Friday. Metaphors. Okay. Ana got up all of a sudden, her face red in anger. Other was preparing himself mentally for the beating that he expected would ensue.
He looks like as if he was going to, you know, laugh.
But instead, she just plopped down on the ground, sitting with her back against his.
Aww.
Our dear Buck was puzzled, to say the least. I don't get women. But Ana didn't even make a sound. She just sat behind him, completely still and hidden from the public eye. Of course, the possibility of getting whacked in the head was now more real than ever, so Adder didn't even attempt to guess why she'd ever do that. So, what was the patron thinking?
Oh!
And then there is this guy! Grub, I think. He is a tree man, apparently.
Well, he probably didn't expect you two to play hide and seek in the stall.
I love this guy. He is joviality incarnate. Adder and Aina immediately jumped away from each other, doing their best attempt at looking elf professional. A thunderous laugh resonated over the ruckus of the bazaar. Grab? Or I'll grab, I don't know how it's pronounced.
It's respectable, Illigrab. Buntalos to you, boy.
He's supposedly the captain of the guards, but he's basically everyone's grandpa. I
He
love
looks
him.
like him with that fantastic beard.
But please don't hold back on my account. I'll just look the other way.
Whoa! Is that your stand?
The merchant.
Oh no, it's him. What? Merchant added. And so appeared the man that was so red that it would seem that he'd stolen all the color his daughter was lacking. Patreon!
Ah, so he gets the respectable treatment and I don't. I see how it is.
I'm old and cranky. What's that salacious dog doing to my daughter now? I'll smack him, I'll kill him, I'll strangle him.
Whoa, that strike me the ties of their friendship. Ah, or is this a budding love?
Budding love! I hate all forms of love, especially the budding ones. Hits him with a cane. The merchant shook his cane, hitting Illigrab's twiggy leg with a loud thunk. The tree man just wiggled his mustache in response. Wiggle, wiggle. Whoa, hold up there, partner. Hold up. We weren't doing nothing, patron. That's the problem, you cumberground! You loiter suck! You... A coughing fit saved Adder from more old-timey insults, which he would barely comprehend. This guy. Get a load of this guy.
It wouldn't surprise me if he was wearing that turban to hide something.
Is as blind as a bat. Once he'd recovered, the merchant put his bearded face next to Adder's, resting the tip of his cane on Adder's chest. He opened his toothless mouth slowly, his breath reeking more like bleach than liquor.
Ah,
You haven't sold a single thing, have you? And he sits down.
Now, it's hardly their fault, Red.
I am sure this Yeltsin was just frolicking with my daughter as usual. Snooping around as usual. I see.
Snooping as usual, I see. She's old enough to frolic as she pleases.
She hasn't even come of age yet.
Of course she hasn't. There's no way for her to pass that right.
Of course there is. She just needs to open her mouth and stop being an idiot. The only idiot here is the one talking, Patreon. Ain't just mute. I wish that rub off on you! You rapscallion! Then maybe you'd learn to keep your mouth shut when adults are talking! And apparently Aina is just river dancing in the background. But I did pass the coming of age right, sir. I got them adult horns and... Hush! Shut up!
Ina's gone.
Don't you have anything to say about this insolent child? Wait, where did she go? Aina! Oh, you let her get away! I will punch you! I will kill you! I will strangle you! I'll hit you with my cane!
She walked away while you two are arguing.
Ooh, that makes me mad! Then why didn't you say so sooner, you overgrown sapling?
Is everyone just young to you?
Is very, very, very old.
I can see that.
Well, she looked like she needed it.
This is all your fault! And yours too! Oh, and I haven't forgotten about you! Where am I again?
Old man.
It's everyone's fault but mine! I am the perfect dad! He stabbed the other's nose with the tip of his finger. What did I do? That stupid child's been acting up since you first arrived!
Don't blame the poor boy. She's always had an attitude and you know it.
And whose fault is that? I don't care! I'm a baby boomer, I do what I want! You two better go bugger off somewhere else, or I swear to Harem that I'll hit you so hard that you'll be cropping out your teeth for a week!
Oh wow, this guy is like a wrestler.
You should hear his voice actor. He hams it up. Both Adder and Illigrab winced at that. Well, I'm leaving now.
Yep, easy.
Now, hold up when...
Come on, Ada. Those two clearly want some alone time.
Oh, bugger.
And he'll plenty.
He'll have...
And he'll have plenty of that when I leave him
Tied.
leave him tied to the
Pyre.
pyre next time I find a mob
Outside.
outside the shop.
Small font shenanigans.
Yes, I can see that. That's why it was so difficult to read.
So, fun fact. The mob, the crowd, hates him so much that they put him on a pyre on multiple occasions.
Right.
Yes. And that does not surprise me in the slightest. Hilligrab took Adar by the cape and lifted him off the ground as they walked away. We're going to elope now, child.
Not like Ada has been, couldn't walk at all.
It didn't take Illigrab long to notice Adar's unusual reticence to speak.
Please don't let Red's words affect you. He's worse today. There's a storm coming from the west, and it's making us old people nervous.
Nah, the Patreon can preach and holler all he wants. That don't bother me none. Much. I mean, I don't cry anymore at least. What is said to Aina do? Now that's going 2 pieces past a league too far. So what if she can swear the off thing? The free won't get mad at her for being mute. And anyway, Aina don't gotta pass no right. It ain't like she's getting married any day soon, right?
There. Got it all out of your system, boy?
Sigh. You know what? All this stuff I'm saying means radish stew if I don't say tire face. I gotta find her and make sure she's alright. Illegrab didn't reply to that last affirmation. He placed Adder carefully on the ground and patted his cape to straighten it.
In that case, I have to go back to keeping watch on the fair. So this is where we say bye for today. I'll send someone to fetch you if I see her, okay?
Jolly ho! Adder nodded resolutely. They waved goodbye to each other. Well, I'm going now. Do-do-do-do-do. For a second, the eye patch disappeared or was on the wrong side.
Yeah, because basically he turned around.
Come to think of it, they went to the trouble of actually making sure that the patch is on the right side when he turns or when he's looking on the other direction. Usually in visual novels, even more high-profile ones, they don't bother to consider the mirror image
No, they do not.
these kind of situations. It's the same with every single game I've ever played that has still images of characters.
Yeah.
And then the Buck just stood there wondering where to start looking when the bazaar was Alpha League from gate to gate. Assuming she was still in the bazaar at all. No, I gotta find her! I gotta find Aina before midnight, otherwise evil old man Mackenzie will own the orphanage.
Finally, I thought that fluffy bastard was never leaving.
Hello, Geoff. Geoff walked into the scene with a huge smile as the giant disappeared in the distance. Afternoon, Mr. Bard. He is the bard of the party, I see. Unfortunately, he rolls a 1 at every performance check.
Oh, lad, what a face.
Well, see, it's a long...
Not a word. Thy mien speaketh clearer than thy tongue doth. Doeth, I
Yeah.
mean. You're hungry?
Nah, I ain't in the mood to...
Well, I am, and I can't play a song when my stomach's growling. A gazelle.
A gazelle, yes, that's a word. Just go with it. Roll
Let's
with it.
get some fried leaves. Fried leaves.
Mmm, delicious for herbivores. Sorry, Bard, I ain't got time for any of that. I gotta go look for Aina. She just ran away angry as all get out, and I know darn well that if I don't go check up on her, no one's gonna...
And I thought my songs were monothematic.
Yes, that word. That's a word.
Yes, I
That's
know
a
it's a word. It's just that I had to make sure I was saying it right.
Geoff picked the strings of his oud one by one, deep in thought, while Other just paced around. Or rock around.
Yeah, he
this
was
case-
rocking. He was rocking to the beat. I know just the place to look.
Hehe. Back in the slums you go. Geoff expertly snuck through the crowds, moving with such ease that he seemed to be little more than a shadow. Other did his best to keep up with him, though that was hardly an easy task when he was one head taller than most other deer. The place Geoff was looking for wasn't in the plaza itself surrounded by stalls and all their merchandise, but rather on one of the many alleys that led to the bazaar.
Whoa.
People! Oh no! Shadow people! Slightly better than fog people from Katawa Shoujo.
Well, yeah.
The crowd there was bustling with life as well, but not quite in the same manner. They were all rowdy deer, pushing and cheering. A Karmer, Ali. Wait, oh, I can click on it!
Oh wow.
Ooh!
Oh, okay, so there's a glossary, essentially.
I did not know I could click on them, actually, but yes, this is a very organic and natural way to introduce information in a visual novel. I like it. Butting heads. That's nice to know. That's definitely nice to know. Karnmei allies were very different from the official sort. While killing was still very much frowned upon, there was no chivalry, no one set of rules. There was no way of knowing if the horns you were being gored with were hygienic. There were punches and kicks and all sorts of cheats. It was chaos! And for that, and several other reasons, Aina was a huge fan of unofficial Karnmei. Sadly, as much as others jumped and pushed and yelled, she wasn't anywhere to be found.
Alas, your fair maiden is in another alley. Oh my gosh!
Spoiler alert, Geoff is a basic binge.
I can imagine.
Other cast a long glaze over the improvised battlegrounds, attempting to find her one last time. That's too bad, Aina kicked some serious ass here. No offense to Mr. Ass over there.
I'm an ass man.
No, I mean the donkey.
Good thing she's not allowed to fight.
Yeah, ain't no way they're gonna let her do.
A golem, Ada.
Geoff cast a very serious look in his direction. This wasn't the first time that they had this discussion, and it wouldn't be the last. How many times do I gotta tell ya? Aina is not a golem, okay? She's a doe. It's just she's all... Let me see what a golem is in this universe. It's like any other golem. The regular kind of golem.
So in other words, they're basically just equating her to an automaton.
In Jewish tradition, the golem would be a protector brought to life to serve and protect, specifically the community. Anyway, so there is a 1910 film about a golem. Go watch that. She's a doe. It's just she a bit of a weirdo.
What, you porky pig all of a sudden? Weirdo, right. Tell me, Ada, dearest, how many albino can you name off the top of your head that can lift your heavy butt with just one hand?
Well, there's my mom. Aina! Now, let's go. We gotta find her.
Well, I gotta like how simple-minded he is. Why do I even bother? Look at her. Golem or not, she's just a little cabbage head hiding in the crowds of this enormous city. She's damn good at hiding. And do you know why people hide?
'Cause they don't wanna be found. Ding ding ding! Geoff extended his arms towards him in a dramatic manner, remarking how correct he was.
You're not gonna find her. So why don't you go and use your thick skull for something useful, like bringing us money so we can have dinner for once?
Geoff pointed at the ring with his horns, and Other knew better than to insist. With a heavy sigh, Other nodded and began walking towards the ringmaster.
Wait, there's just one more thing. Your bag of coins. You wouldn't want to lose what little we have to the hands of, let's say, some ill-intentioned crook now, would you?
Better the evil you know, right? That's the spirit. Geoff extended his hand a bit too keenly, waiting for Other to find the purse he usually hid within his sash.
Uh-oh.
But, uh-oh, indeed. Whoa, Bard, you're really gonna bust a cat laughing?
Don't tell me you lost it. I think she took it.
Alrighty then.
Oh, right.
Oh, brother.
Oh dear.
Geoff's scrawny body trembled like a branch about to snap off.
Just
Go.
go.
Alright, see that sweaty blockhead
Alright, see that
over
sweaty
there?
blockhead
Oh,
over there? With the glistening fur and the charming smile? That's your foe. I'll go place my bet now. Are you feeling like a winner, ladder? Ladder?
because he stole.
Yes, I know, but still, it's still a name.
It's a stretch of a nickname, I know. Charmin? Hold up right there! You mean the buck with them sharpened horns? Ah, darn, Bard, your confidence in this poorly put together row is much appreciated, but as much as it hurts me, and it does, I think I'd rather go to bed hungry today.
What?
What? What if he hits me in the face? That's my bread and butter, man! I don't want to go from either the one-eyed to either the no-eyed. Now you listen here, punk!
Then do enlighten me, my boy, on how in the name of the Hatzah do you pretend to become a knight if you can't handle even a rack pointed at you? Well, you just kind of just take it, one in each hand, and pull?
Also, Other, my boy!
My boy! No wonder you can't even catch a hint. Yellow piece of mother's...
Mangy venison.
Mangy venison.
So, Geoff has been hitting on him this entire time. In case it wasn't obvious.
Yeah, I think I see. Sorry about that.
What are you mumbling there, Geoff?
I said I'm going to walk you through this, so... Oh, help me. Free if you mess up.
Hey, who let the dog in? Who? Who let the dog in? Who let the dogs in? Who let the dogs in?
God.
Who let the dogs in? Who? Oh my god. Atta girl, you sure eat your veggies, but those sticks on your forehead aren't gonna fool anyone, haha! I'm so funny! And drunk.
If he's serious, this is going to be easier than I thought.
This is not the version when I get a battle system to work either, so we're going to play pretend together. And make like you won. Yay! Yay,
Thanks,
we
Sandra.
won!
Thanks, Sandra!
Thank you, Sandra. We won! Yay! That was easy.
That was... I mean, we worked really hard on that fight.
Woo! I can't believe it! Still alive and kicking, haha! Come on! Show me the money, Bard! I want to bite every single coin. Uh-oh.
I completely forgot to place the bet. Oh no.
Take cover! He's about to blow! Geoff covered his face with his hands, making some sort of unintelligible noise that can only be described as the very sound of anger. Hey, big hat, I want to learn some tips too. I'll buy you dinner. Hey now, sir, you really think you're gonna steal my manager away so... Geoff shut Ader's mouth with one hand.
My dear boy, you should give it all today. So why don't you go and enjoy what's left of the fair? I have a gig in the tavern later. Money, yes. Don't expect me tonight.
With that, Geoff hurriedly shooed a very confused other away. What would be the in-universe term for homosexuals?
Get-togethers, I guess?
No, you see, there is an in-universe term for those bucks who are into gazelles, which is horn eater. It's a terrible slur when you think about it.
Yeah, I wouldn't know much about this, so...
I'm thinking about it because, you know, you had that beautiful term in the My Little Pony fandom called Filly Fuller.
Oh, right, that one.
Something along those lines. Without any friends or anything even remotely similar to hang out with, Adder dragged his feet around the bazaar. He had missed most of the events, and after the fight he was acutely aware of just how empty his stomach was. Adder considered that his best bet was merely walking around until he got tired and then heading home to sleep the anger off until Aina bought him some food the next day. And by food, the narrator really means raw potatoes.
Well, potatoes grow a lot, so it's the best kind of food, I guess.
Still dirty raw potatoes. That is, if Aina was coming back of her own volition, then again he'd never seen her miss a single day of work.
There's a first time for everything.
He wandered all over the plaza, unsure of where he was headed. And somehow, he'd ended up in a place that looked all too fancy for a poor buck like him. Then again, maybe it wasn't as fancy as it looked. It didn't look like the dolls around could afford many clothes. Adder, you are a moron! You are an absolute tool, and I love you.
Dear.
Before the gears in his mind could add one and one, a small flickering light coming from a small tent nearby stopped Adder's train of thought. Distracted from his previous concerns about the ladies, he kept his eyes fixed on the flame in the dark. It felt it was directed at him somehow. Though we can't discard that being related to being too hungry to think, of course. With nowhere better to go and nothing better to do, Adder followed the plot, followed this intuition, and headed straight into the tent. He will emerge from that tent gay.
I don't think it's a bad thing.
Straight. Not at all.
I get it.
Not at all, but I thought, said straight, and then I'm funny, damn you! Woke culture killed comedy! Dusk was still a ways off, but it may have as well been midnight inside the tent. Adder combed the darkness desperately, startled by the sudden change in illumination. Bandits, assassins, mongrels, his imagination conjured a million evildoers ready to make him part with his precious cape, for that was all he had on him.
Bright light.
An orange blur shone in a corner of Adder's sight. Its flare grew with unmeasured force, blinding him for a moment. He struggled to regain his vision, fearing those foes that only lived in his mind. Okay. Bathing in the light of an orb was what filled with fire, shaded in ways that made no sense whatsoever. Awaited a feminine silhouette. A very feminine silhouette. A very on-the-nose silhouette.
Yes.
And there she is.
Took you long enough.
As if. Of course it was her. God's night of living!
God's not living.
And all of a sudden, Adder wished he'd found a bandit instead. At least he would have known where to look then! He tried to fix his gaze on her eyes, shining above a thin pink veil that covered most of her face, but that was in vain. The sequins that hung from her neck reflected the light all over the room, dragging Adder's attention right back to them, and the scarf that covered the bare minimum.
She's well covered, though.
I have 1,000 words to call the woman in front of him, and none of them are good. So let's just say that what she was wearing would be inappropriate now, let alone then.
I would laugh if the joke was. So I'm just gonna add a bit more clothing to the story. Don't just stand there. Take a seat.
I don't know, I've been sitting on my tail all day and got places to go and don't usually share tents with ladies and... Judging by her glare, she wasn't going to take no for an answer. Just sit already!
Well, if you
insist!
even the choice boxes are like,
Yep.
just get over it.
You're going to sit there and you're going to like it. See? It's a beautiful stool of the finest wood and you will appreciate it. What am I saying? It'd be mighty ugly of me to reject an invitation even though you invited yourself. Adder did as asked and sat down on one of the many pillows laying around. Ooh, this pillow is mighty fine. I give it a 5 out of 5. Pretending to be crazy, escaping, begging the gods for mercy, breaking down and claiming that he wasn't in fact a horn eater, that this was just a mistake and he shouldn't be there. Let's see what a horn eater is. Slur used to refer to a male deer who shows interest in another male deer, a male or female gazelle, since they're both horned. I thought the stigma, even without knowing what that meant, I thought the stigma entailed a slur. Male deer have horns, female deer do not.
Yeah.
So for a female to have horns, there is that whole misogynistic and transphobic aspect attached to it. That's culturally ingrained within society. While not illegal in any way, they face heavy social stigma. Roebucks have a fame for being interested in gazelles, so they are particularly vocal on their dislike for horn eaters. I don't think the gazelle is transgender, but she's pretty much put in the same category of despised demographic, because she does not reflect the default idea of femininity, because of the horns, you see. That's within deer culture. All of that in spite of her being probably one of the hottest females around.
Well, yeah.
So yes, there is that old minefield. Adder's mind was bustling with ways of getting out of that situation. So of course, whenever his mind was busy, his mouth was free to speak as it pleased. Hi. He spoke with a voice more akin to that of a fawn whose antlers are just beginning to sprout than that of a fully grown deer. I'm Adder! Nice place!
Let's just be polite and say our name.
I'm Adder-Sin, the son of Gerthaz, the buck who farms the highest hill in my village, Ravinalos. So here and there, and just about everywhere, folks know me as Adder of the Upperfield. Yeah, that's me.
Yeah.
Achievement for the introduction,
That's nice.
she said condescendingly. Ain't it? It better because it's a lie, ma'am. They call me Long-Neck Shorthorns, or Adder Shovelhands, or sometimes even Adder Shoeface.
Shoeface?
A mocking chuckle stabbed Other's heart, feeling even more self-conscious than he thought he was capable of. He held onto his hooves and fixed his gaze on the ground, screaming inside as his face burnt.
So it wasn't the contusion after all, huh? You just like that.
Like what now?
Funny.
Funny? Me? Not one bit, ma'am. I'm gritty, and I am dark and gritty like damn reboots. I ain't got a funny bone in my body. Dachnach. Ain't never seen worse jokes than other scenes. Hold up. Didn't that sound like a poem just now? A haiku? Fancy haiku? Well, darn, a poem ain't nothing but a dull song. Mr. Bard always says so. I did to bore a fine lady such as yourself, so I'd better get.
Bore me? Please. With hands like those, you wouldn't look out of place in a traveling circus. Or in some lord's court, if you're any good at juggling.
I could do things with those hands you
You
bucks wouldn't believe.
In fact, I know a certain gazelle in dire need of entertainment. What do you say? One word from Jasif, and you'll be working in a palace tonight.
Other couldn't quite figure out if that was meant to be an insult or a compliment, but he was quick to decide that it was better to work for someone that talked about herself in third person. I think I'm gonna pass for now, but I'll holler at ya next time if I'm fresh out of pride, ma'am. A deep silence filled the tent. Other cursed his luck and his good manners. He wanted to run away and hide, fearing that otherwise he'd commit a big mistake, the kind of mistake that would get him called a horn heater for the rest of his life.
I mean, I don't see a problem.
Well then, it was sure nice to see you again, but...
Would you like to know your fortune?
Ooh! Other turned on his heel, desperate to find out if her offer was indeed true. There was nothing that betrayed a lie in her words, nor in her eyes.
I did wonder if that was a crystal ball in the scene.
It's a crystal ball.
Yeah.
Whoa! You're one of those gazelle fortune tellers? For real? Who are you, Ryuji? For real? Let's just say they looked rather different back in Otherstown. Well, slap my head and call me silly, okay. I got you pegged all wrong, ma'am. Damn right, I'd love to hear hold up. I lost my bag of coins. I ain't got a single doru on me, so... Something flew into the ground right beside Other's foot.
And so there's his pouch of coins!
My bag!
You dropped it right after you crashed the first time. I meant to give it back, but since you were so bent on running through that wall... Yeah, sure.
Yeah, I didn't steal it from it, did ya? What, from the wall?
The wall stole it! Steal what? It's just filled with rivets.
Ah, that means ya opened it!
So much for wanting to see you again. That was all. You can go now if you want.
Oh no, a faux pas! Quick, roll for persuasion! A punch to the gut would have hurt Other infinitely less than her words. What am I doing, he thought to himself, biting the inside of his cheek. No mere thief would have returned his bag. As sad as that was, no other person had ever gone so far for him. And so he sat down once more, looking at the finely yet scarcely dressed woman in front of him with a mix of embarrassment, naivete, and just plain fear.
Inner screaming.
Well, Other, you're about to discover something about yourself. Embrace it. I don't suppose you accept rebates as payments.
That would depend on what you're paying for.
Hint, hint, nudge, nudge, wink, wink. Say no more.
Boop boop.
Getting my fortune told?
Just keep them.
Jasif rested her arms over the crystal orb, leaning closer to Other. Alright, can you look into the crystal ball thing and tell me how are my ma and my pa doing? Did any of my little bros get married yet?
That's cute. But it's a reading glass, not a magic mirror.
Right, right. How about the weather? Can you give me good harvests?
Take your prayers to the temple.
Well, darn, that won't do either. Alrighty then, how about me? What you see in this bag's future?
Your future? Why would you want to know anything about that? Life would be boring if you knew what awaits around every corner.
Ma'am, are you a fraud?
I'll read your past and justify your present.
But I already know those things.
I don't.
Ha! Busted! I knew you were a fraud! You fell into my trap! Ha!
You fell to my trap card.
Her blue eyes spoke like an insinuating whisper. Her fingers walked over the cobblestone ground, headed towards Other's own ends, as her face got ever so close.
For example, we could talk about why you did what you did for me, then, and figure out what I could do to return the favor. Now...
I just love that flustered face, by the way.
Yeah, I do as well. I really love.
The bells that hung from her sash rang as they hit the ground, reminding him once more of her less than modest clothing. But no, she was no doe. You can only date doe in dear society. We all know that. Don't break taboos. I gotta insist, Mom, to you definitely got the wrong book, but even if I ever did anything nice for you in my life, a simple thanks is more than enough payment.
I guess you could use a reminder too.
Pouty face Mackenzie. Oh. The soothsayer made no attempt to conceal her disappointment, much like no one ever made any attempt to explain to her what coming on too strong means. With apparent tedium, she grabbed the crystal orb and put it between her face, right, and Other's. This time, it was personal. I mean, she had no more pretensions than merely watching him. Oh well, the crystal ball suddenly grew 3 sizes.
Oh fire, tell me the secrets in thee.
Will a song of ice and fire ever be written to its fullest?
Yada yada yada, stuff in the basket. I don't feel like switching languages now.
Her complete lack of professionalism made Other feel for once at ease. After all, what would he do if he was indeed in front of a Sephi, one of those heinous Baram wizards from back in time? Cry, beg, try to escape, have sex with her, I mean...
Cry, beg.
Wait. Those were things he'd already thought of doing. Including having sex with her.
And while crying and begging.
As Adar was considering the subtle differences in the fears he felt when talking to a girl and imagining being burnt to a crisp by a witch, she watched him. She was eating popcorn. And she kept watching.
I think this is getting too personal.
And then she watched some more. He's better than television, apparently. But something seemed off. The gazelle shifted her eyes and squinted, lifted her head from behind the glass a few times, and finally settled on fixing her gaze on the fire again. But she seemed to be struggling.
I think she has an issue.
Everybody has an issue here. She pressed her mouth to one side, wiggled her nose, and knit her eyebrows closer and closer as she focused on the orb, until Adar could no longer hold his laughter back.
Shush! It's easy with two. Two what?
Twice. She mumbled the last part to herself, but Adar was sure that she'd said eyes. Oh, was that? Ya ain't never done it with a one-eyed deer before?
I think he just...
Adar pressed his lips together like he wanted to make them disappear. Joseph merely rose an eyebrow. Oh, Adar!
He walked into that one.
Pretty much, he waltzed straight into it. His accidental innuendo made him begin shaking from horns to hooves once more.
Ah, screw this!
You! Me! In bed! Now!
You, me, bed, now!
Oh, I like the detail. The crystal
The orb.
ball falling on the side, which you could not see it because it's covered up by the text.
Yeah.
She pushed the orb away with an exasperated sigh. Before Adar knew what was going on, his face was in her hands, and her face right in front of his.
I need to find out if it was you after all. Stay still.
A drum beat in his ears. That was Adar's heartbeat as she stared at him so intently. There was a lump in his throat. He did his best not to tremble. His eye began feeling heavy, though he tried to hold her gaze.
In the nightlight, do you see what you dream? All your troubles, are they or what they seem? Look around you, then you may realize all the creatures are with their lives. And I might know of our future, but then you still control the past. Only you know if you'll be together. Only you know if we shall last.
She was muttering something, words about his past, but her voice became obscured by the noise of the bells, the crackling of the fire. Is this the Hunchback of Notre Dame? The sound of her own eyelashes batting against each other.
I'm surprised you could hear that. No, this can't be.
Adar opened his eyes, surprised at her sudden change of attitude. He was going to ask what was wrong, but instead he would have screamed if he could.
Whoa!
Ah! Two guards manifested out of thin air, one young and angry, and the other collected, yet strangely alert. The young guard pointed his assegai at Adar, making it clear that he wasn't joking around. Just who do you think you are?
Who do you think I am?
That was Joseph's voice, but as much as he tried to find her, Adar couldn't see her. In fact, he couldn't even move at all. What? You're not gonna trick me with that scum? Haha! I'm too smart for that!
As I said, I'm nothing but a girl on her way home.
Exactly! Now get off the royal pathway immediately! Aha! Adder felt a lump in his throat as he unwillingly looked over the railings that he was leaning against.
I don't suppose you expect me to jump off the bridge?
Aha! That's exactly what I want you to do! Aha! You're right! I'll just drag you to the dungeon and end this nonsense! Your king shouldn't even be outside after curfew! Aha!
My kin?
Excuse you?
Do you mean the girls from the Desert Rose?
The guard's face went pale all of a sudden. The older one seemed surprised in a different way. A sigh of relief was swelling up inside Adder's chest, though he couldn't feel his chest at all. He was beginning to question his sanity altogether.
Yeah, I am too.
I assume you're familiar with that name? I'm already running late, and Miss Rachel will be really worried if her favorite girl doesn't make it home before dawn, so I thought that I could use a little shortcut.
But only nobles can!
Tell you what, if you could make a little exception this time, I'm sure I could arrange a discount next time you visit my home. Just say that Jasif sent you there.
Ah! As if!
Jasif?
Joseph, I mean, if you were a doll, I would consider it, but as you can see, I'm an upstanding, bigoted citizen, so I don't do horns. Aha! I have a very insecure sense of my own masculinity, thanks to a patriarchal society. Aha! This is getting real all of a sudden.
Yeah, too real.
And then there's this guy. He sort of looks like Sean Connery.
I don't know, I've heard a lot of things about Jasif, and I think I'd recognize someone that goes around calling herself Queen if I saw her. Oh.
When I said Sean Connery, I was expecting more of this and less of a drunkard, if you ask me, but okay.
I can assure you I'm...
Sure, mate. Well, I'm not sure I can take a gazelle's word.
You know, racism and all that.
You know, I have to fill the quota, you know. See, maybe I can't recognize you because you're wearing too many clothes.
Too many clothes. Too many clothes.
Close.
Aha! What are you saying, you numbskull?
What? It's her job anyway. If she's saying the truth, we could let her go. If she pays a little toll.
You are the scum of the earth.
Yes, you are.
Adder felt revolted. The other guard was clearly disgusted as well, for a different reason.
Keep it together,
Seth.
It's over if you take a step back.
The guards didn't react to that sentence at all. It was like they hadn't heard her, when her voice sounded loud and clear in Adder's ears. But more importantly, Sep?
I can pay in gold.
Then we'll take that too.
Oh, I am completely shameless, and I have no redeeming qualities whatsoever. Ha 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 ha.
I have no moral standing.
More like moral stagdard. Because the horns.
Yeah, I know.
Okay, never mind. I want nothing to do with this.
More for me.
A smirk appeared on the guard's face, but before he could even move a muscle, a scream tore up the silence of the night. What do you think you're doing? I could swear there is a banjo playing.
Oh.
Everyone turned around to look at the idiot yelling all the way down on the ground. You think you can just bother a lass 'cause she looks good enough for a second helping and then dessert? Well, you can't, alright? That's radish stew and you made your ma cry if they knew. Let her go. He looks completely different.
Very different.
Other head, most certainly gone crazy.
What the hell is that Sanford saying? Is he drunk?
I mean, more than me.
Well, only I can be the drunkest in town.
Ah, I think it's just a horn eater like you. Who ya calling a horn eater? Just hold up there, partner. I'm gonna climb now, and I'm gonna beat you up. The pudgy version of Other, that is, wasn't concerned with matters such as his complete lack of grace, agility, or strength. Moved by his sense of justice, he began climbing the column that led to the royal pathway. Of course, he never made it.
Aww.
Ah! Hey! Are you still alive? Horn Heater!
Horn eater. Do-do-do-do-do-do.
Horn Heater! Wow, wow, wow! Horn Heater! Wow, wow, wow!
You should go check.
As if I'm going to leave you alone with her. Get that old ass back to the barracks, or I'm telling Illigrab what you just did. It was the older guard's turn to go pale. He lowered his helmet and began walking in the other direction. Well, that's just not good for old Sean here. The younger guard, however, stopped a moment to look at her. You, go home and don't let me catch you up here again. Just go. I'm tired of life. The guards finally disappeared in the darkness, a moment of peace, which Joseph took to look over the railings one last time. There he is. Her wannabe savior now lay unconscious on the ground after hitting his head during the fall. And, in spite of how miserable the scene was, Other could feel a smile forming on her face. He finally understood that, crazy or not, he was seeing what she was seeing, the way she saw it. That was really
That
nice
was really
of you.
nice of you. I'll make it up to you somehow.
And the rest is history. Noticing how high the bridge was off the ground, she quickly pulled away from the railing. Some other day.
Some of a day.
Joseph turned around and began running, lest any other patrols would head her way, or she would be forced to give head their way. Oh, that's bad.
It is.
As she ran, Other began feeling lightheaded. He shut his eyes tightly once more, and when he opened them, he was back in the tent, with the gazelle still staring at him. Not a moment had gone by.
Because she was having a very intense stare with him.
Other had a million questions. Was that real? Was that a memory? Is this the real world, or is it just fantasy? Had he eaten something off? Had he forgotten any more parts of his life due to hitting his head too hard as usual? But as he opened his mouth, he could only pronounce a single word. Sep? Huh. The redhead lost grasp of his face for a moment. Her ears perked up, attracting Other's gaze, much to his chagrin, towards her horn once more. She pulled her head back, disconcert forming on her expression, little by little. It wasn't one of her conceited expressions, nor was there any mesmerizing superiority in her eyes. She looked honestly and utterly tiny for a moment. Scared.
Where did you hear that?
Where did I... Oh, ma'am! You're okay? You're gonna think I'm crazy, but I heard you say it just now. But not now. It was a long time ago. It was under Hero's statue. I mean, you were, but I was you and not me, because I was trying to save you, but I fell on my face, and those guards laughed at me, and just how the hey did I forget any of that? Are chimp lions real?
Oh god, the chimp lion.
The chimp lion.
Thanks, Ross.
Thanks, Ross. That's for posterity. Huh. Jessie froze a hand. It was shivering.
You're a gaze reader.
Can I have the information available for it? No? Okay. Anger hit her like a wave as the shock disappeared.
What is mad? Why don't you say so? Get away from me!
The fire in the orb began flickering erratically, casting disturbing shadows all over the tent. It's like Plato's myth of the cave. Whoa, what's going on? What in the name of the Hasta did I do now? Was I supposed to say something? Thank ya? That the magic word?
Do you seriously expect me to believe that you...
Hold up, Sep. It was Sep, wasn't it? Oh, crap! I just went and cast the lady out in Gazelle Speak, didn't I? Yep, he's an idiot. Yep, Sep. He's an idiot. As if, just if. Oh my gosh. She looked at him with skepticism, her eyes squinted with barely concealed anger. She was clearly sizing him up. It's not like she's been doing that the entire time.
No. You really don't have a clue of what you just did you? Do you?
Ma'am, if I ever got a clue in my life, it wasn't today. I'm just glad you're alright and that guard is in the dungeon or dead or something. Her expression relaxed just a little as she considered others' words. She started to consider other people's opinions. Our poor boy had more than enough trying to get some air into his lungs.
Then, you're telling me that you're a natural gaze reader? Do you understand what this means?
Do you understand all the gays and what they're thinking?
Can you read the gazes?
Do I have to say yes or no to get out of here alive? Do I have a choice, an actual choice available for that? A small chuckle erased all the tension from her face. Other felt even more confused upon seeing this.
I think I would be too. I was trying to read your gaze, but you read mine instead. It's called gaze, because we invented it.
What, you invented gays?
So,
You invented all the gays?
so, it's true what they say about yellow deer. You must have Baran blood.
Other would have normally disputed the last affirmation. Raw deer took pride in being real deer! No gazelle blood at all, nope, not 100% deer with toes that don't have horns, no siree. But this was clearly not the moment, nor the company to say that.
Yeah, and plus you kind of come off as racist.
In Sirnar, please.
You read my mind.
Can you read it now? What am I thinking? Sexy thoughts. All the way. Say whoa! Oh! there's Bugs Bunny on the side that's keeping his hand up.
Yeah, and leaves the glove there.
I think I'm not the funny one here, Missy. The gazelle seemed way too amused with this development.
No, it makes so much sense. I was wondering why you spent so much time looking at my face.
I mean, hear me
out. I'm sure you've always been really good at getting people's feelings. But not smart enough to actually understand them. You're like some kind of savant hick. That's hilarious.
Now she's being racist. A wrinkle formed over Other's snout. That was quite enough. My name is Other, not Hick, Miss Sip. Now, why'd you go hiding such a cute little name, I wonder? Her face went back to being a little more than a pretension of grandeur, but she held the fire close to her. She didn't look at all different from a child hugging her blanket, soothed by the rhythm of the bells she wore. Other couldn't help but notice that her alarming clothing didn't even bother him anymore.
It's just a stupid nickname someone gave me. I hadn't heard it in years. They call me Jasif now.
As if? Jasif. As that disgusting guard well said, that was no average name. It was a super name. And much less for a Baran. Ain't that something like Queen in Gazelle speak?
Basaket. And yes, that's a valid translation. Do you have any qualms about it?
Other opened his mouth, ready to speak his mind. Oh no! Take cover! He's going to blow!
Oh no!
So, Sep or Jasif?
Oh boy, I'm trying to think. I mean, she seems saddened by Sep, so let's say Jasif, I guess.
My exact choice. No, that's cool, Jasif. Did I say that right? I mean, if you need people to call you queen to be happy.
I don't need to be called anything to...
Ooh, that hit a nerve.
Ah, maybe I read wrong.
Other didn't mean anything with that, but it somehow managed to say something rude all the same. She didn't finish the sentence, deciding instead to just look away. Are y'all okay? She turned her face sharply towards him. There was something different in the way she was looking at him.
Ada, right?
That's my name, don't wear it out! You? He took a hand to his heart and bowed his head as an instinctive greeting, accidentally clashing his horns against hers. He was surprised to find out that, somehow, that was a lot less gross than he thought he would be. And he didn't know how to feel about this appreciation.
Didn't you want to know about your future? Then listen closely.
Oh!
Oh!
That's too close! Too close!
That's really pretty, actually.
Yes. She put her mouth right next to his ear and whispered. You're coming with me
tonight? Oh,
You're
my.
coming with me tonight in more ways than one. Let me show you the world.
Shining, shimmering.
Where?
You really are a one of a kind.
You were too angry when you said that.
Come to the desert rose.
Oh, let's see what the desert rose actually is. Wait, what the heck?
It went back. It seemed like it went on. Let's click
go-
back.
No, it's just brown for no reason. Or
The
orange.
desert. Come to the Desert Rose when the lights are all out. My room is on the first floor, but climbing there should be easier than climbing the bridge at the very least.
Wap wap wah. Wait, climb? Room? There you go saying weird stuff again. I'm not a thief, and I'm not a horn eater. You keep saying that. I think it's too late to go back on that. Without previous warning, the fire in the orb extinguished, leaving the room in total darkness. Adder didn't even have time to feel alarmed. He felt her hands on the back of his head, and next he knew, her lips were over his. His mind shut up completely.
Oh. See you later.
Alligator.
See you later, alligator.
Oh my gosh! He couldn't even stop to consider how he felt about that before the kiss was over. With his mind still in a daze, he got up and turned around to leave. For a few moments he stood frozen outside the tent, merely appreciating the cool dusk breeze of his fur. By the time his thoughts began making any sense, he was already running home at full speed, crying disconsolately about the realization that he was, in fact, a horn eater.
Oh, come on, it's not that bad, is it?
Well, you know, misogyny, transphobia, and
yeah,
and all of that. Those
I know.
are no. I was about to say those are concepts deeply rooted within society. So even if you're a good person, you are inevitably influenced by the propaganda. So getting over yourself and getting over societal taboos at the same time, that takes guts and effort.
Yes.
A horn eater.
Horn eater.
I have this image in my head that they're going to have a kinky scene in which she just suckles her horns.
I can't help but imagine what type of propaganda would these people be playing about horn eaters?
Well, let's see. They are horny and they eat. Wait right there. Stop reading immediately. Okay, no, I need you to continue. Never mind if you can read. Should you even? Is this a book for someone your age, Lynn? I mean, I'm not going there, but, you know, well, things are implied and all that. This visual novel is PG-13. Well, I hope you don't know. I'd rather you stayed a tiny fuzzball that won't stop yelling and running all over the place.
Okay.
Hey, did I ever tell you about how Sis and Dad met? Did I ever
What?
tell you about how I met your mother? And that's the end of chapter 1.
And then we have chapter 2, Ghost at the Feast.
Ghost at the Feast. I'd wager this is a good time to stop, actually.
Yeah, it is. I believe it's a good time to stop as well.
We can always do chapter 2 next time. It's
Yeah.
arguably even better than chapter 1, and chapter 1 was pretty good, all things considered.
Yeah, I really like chapter 1.
Chapter 2 is all about Aina being all about Other.
Ina. Alright.
Yes. So it's told from her perspective. And yes, you guessed it, Other is constantly on her mind, 24/7. It's frankly ridiculous. Right, so this has been chapter 1 of the Hayseed Night. Next time we will be playing Chapter 2. In the meantime, I would encourage all of you to seek it out on itch.io. There are only 2 chapters available for now, but more may come in the future. It's a work in progress and it's free. So take a look at it. Honestly, I've seen visual novels with much less production value not being for free.
Yeah, I
But
know.
then again, this is more of a demo, so you don't pay for a demo.
Yeah, true. But it's like, you know, I probably would pay for something like this because it seems high quality compared to the most of the crap
yes.
that you get off Steam.
Yes. And you know what? I will follow the development of this game, and I will definitely want to play it in its entirety once it's done. Now that I know that this visual novel actually bothers to run on my system, unlike some other visual novel that has no business not running on my system. And on that high note, good night everybody. This has been Madhog, Die Horn Eater.
And I have been Devar, Horn Eaters of the Horn Eaters. Take care.
That didn't go so well, but never mind. Good night, everybody. Bye.
Take care.
I'm still in a dream.
Horn.
I'm still in a dream.
Horn. Welcome back to our playthrough of the Hayseed Knight. I am Madhog Master, and I'm joined as always by Devar Arkvaron. And before continuing on into Chapter 2, I need to say something.
Okay.
I need to forefront this with a huge disclaimer. The version of the game we're currently playing is version 1.4. I'm saying this to you because just as I was editing the first few episodes and posting them on YouTube, the creator of this game announced that they made a version 1.4.1. Which means slight technical improvements in music and art design, not really a huge change from the currently existing package, but I did not want to replay this game from the start, so we are stuck with version 1.4. Yes. So,
Alright then.
by all intents and purposes, this version of the game does not exist anymore. And we will be showcasing this.
Preserving history?
I guess? Oh, and by the way, according to the same developer, there is a Chapter 3 on the horizon as soon as November hits. So, we might stick around this game for longer than I initially anticipated. So let's continue. Chapter 2, Ghost at the Feast. Lessons on the matter of peaceful conflict resolution. Okay.
As we all should strive for.
Hey, hey, hey!
Ada, you're not fat Ada.
If it ain't my little boss, how you doing? Okay. How you doing, Ana? Any a mighty fine day? A mighty fine day? Mighty
She
fine,
looks so-
fine day?
She looks so perplexed by this lanky fellow.
Who are you? No, because she doesn't recognize him because he's not wearing his scarf.
Ah, right.
Obviously. That's the problem. Ana looked at what little sky could be seen among the rooftops. The sun wasn't even out yet. Stop eclipsing the sun! I know what you're thinking. Why is this fine buck loitering round the temple so early? Well, none of that. You had me so worried, so worried, that I just had to calm down and check up on you. Sure enough, here you are. And here I am. First again. Yep, I'm just killing it tonight.
She doesn't look all that impressed with this declaration. Yeah.
Pretty much. Pretty much, yes. First in the contest of people acting suspiciously, that's for sure. But of course, Aina couldn't say a word about it. Literally. She signaled Adder to follow her into the forge, since he was already there. Oops, I accidentally skipped that. Oh well. Work at the forge went something like this. Aina worked on a craft, and then she gave Adder whatever menial task would make him feel useful.
Take this pin.
She didn't have any proper accreditation that named her a smith, so he wasn't technically her apprentice either, but that didn't really matter to either of them. Nobody was getting paid anyway. Rivet here, rivet there, and this weird one's gone to my rivet collection. Humming, 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 humming.
Does she have a rivet collection? That's weird.
It was established in the canon.
Oh, yeah.
There was something different in Adder that day. Something had changed. She could feel it.
She could feel it in her fingers.
There was a disturbance in the blushing cheek.
Yeah, I can see that.
Hey boss, if you're all down staring at me, I'm gonna back to work. Those shields won't rivet themselves. I'm turning into Sonic ever so slightly.
Oh gosh, please don't.
I'm trying not to. I'm trying to recapture whatever his voice was.
You were kind of go for Goofy.
That was just at the beginning.
Alright.
Lies. Lies and Slender District.
It's the lies and slander slums.
After hours upon hours of Steve's hard work, I guess, it was time for a break. Lunchtime, the most tranquil time of the day for both Adder and Aina! Not that either were ever under any real stress, aside from starving to death, mind you, but the predictability of lunchtime itself helped ease Aina's turbulent temperament and Adder's talkative stomach. What have we got in store today, boss? Is it tater time? Is it tater time yet?
It's peanut butter tater time, peanut butter tater time.
You will be fired from the internet at this rate. Adder had long since dubbed this shorter period away from the forge as potato time. TM, since that was always the menu at Chez Aina.
Chez Ida.
Or I should say
Oh, look at
Chez
that.
Aina. Ho ho ho. Today was double potato time, since she'd forgotten to get him some food the day before. Double potato time, wow.
TMNT.
Oh, look at them taters, so tiny and cute. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy, they look so freshly dug out of them and still got dirt on it. Glump, snarf, chewing, not a problem, boss. They're just...
Did you wash them?
Nope.
Did you okay.
No, she did not wash them. Ugh. Ugh. Now that didn't sound like other sound.
Nope, it didn't sound like an adder sound.
Did Gulp. Did these things always taste like this? I guess he's had something better to eat in the last few days. Eh? He ate you know what? Eh?
Yeah.
He said a lot of that. Eh? Hey yo! Out of the park.
Yes.
Comedy.
Popeye.
Other tried his very best not to look absolutely disgusted as he turned the 20 or so tiny raw potatoes into puree with his pestle-like teeth. Hello,
Whoa.
I'm just intruding, don't mind me.
Oh, what a wonderful scene! My favorite furry potato and temple turnip sharing a meal after their heartfelt reunion.
Don't you have anything better to do? Anything at all?
Also, furry potato.
Eelgrab's enormous face appeared next to the window. Other, for once, didn't scream in panic.
You don't look so good, Ada. Don't tell me you stayed up all night looking for your sweetheart.
Oh, he did find his sweetheart, let me tell you.
Not the sweetheart he thinks he's for.
Nope.
No.
No, he found a sweetheart, and he had the chance to taste it.
Yep. Certainly did.
And it was very sweet indeed. Yup. Hey, good one, Eelgrab. Sleep is for bucks that ain't got a lady waiting for him. Subtle. Subtle, Other.
Very.
There's no need to be so dramatic, lover boy. Ida's a grown-up. She knows when she wants some space. And it's your duty as an upstanding citizen to respect the wishes of a lady. You do respect the wishes of women, right? Oh, I was joking, okay. Or else.
Or else. Your bribe is ready, you upstanding lubberwort!
Fine. It's a fine, not a bribe.
Are you sure about that?
No, it's a fine. It's definitely a fine. Other cast his gaze down as Eelgrab walked away, leaving him alone before Aina's judgment. Or he would have been judged if Aina hadn't turned the 20 shades of red and become incapable of rational thought after Other failed to deny that she was his sweetheart. Hey boss, I gotta get early today. I need to get back my... I mean, Geoff's hat. From the tavern? You know what they say, the hat makes the stag, and he ain't no one without it. Yep, that's my excuse, that's my story, and I'm sticking with it.
Oh yeah, you're gonna get the horns on this one, aren't you?
Well, he's already a horn eater. Why can't he go get it like a grown-up? Well, that's cause he broke his leg. Yeah.
Are you sure?
Gosh, no, it ain't broke, no ma'am. That damn ass just went and twisted his oof the wrong way. Yup, yuppity yup. Yo.
He's not very good at lying, Fig, is he?
Okay, see you tomorrow, bye.
That's not suspicious in the slightest.
And the winner for most suspicious goes to...
That suspicious guy next to the stand, to the deer guy.
Other ran away, muttering something that sounded very much like prayers to himself. And so the days passed.
How much horns has he been having?
He's been eating a lot of horns, I would say. These are some lovely taters, boss. Perfect potatoes. But I couldn't fit one more bite in my tummy if I tried. No ma'am, no siree. I do like the subtle detail of his character model looking somewhat dejected before putting on the smiley act.
Yeah.
It was very quick, blink and you would miss it, but it was there. I'm just gonna take this home and stuff my face in front of Geoff later. Ha ha ha! I ain't sharing a single one with him. Nope. No way I'm giving all them taters to him or anything. Yep. Yuppity yup.
Ada, you're not really doing well with this whole, trying not to be suspicious thing, are you?
Ina was more than happy to collaborate in any plan that involved making life harder for the contestant to worst bard in Heirloom. But...
And that's when I told the king, "Bite me! You should have seen my father's face. His leaves dried right up. I spent a whole moon literally grounded."
What a story, Ilagrab.
And your walking Christmas tree.
Basically, yes. What do you mean you don't remember who broke into the warehouse? I don't know why I went with that, but okay.
I don't know, Master. It's like the memory has vanished from my mind.
I'm gonna vanish you from existence! Both deer began clashing horns while Adder and Ilagrab stared at the scene.
Shouldn't you be doing your job?
Can ya believe that?
I know. Can't a deer go 10 minutes without starting a fight? No offense, kiddo.
No, I mean, can ya believe you forgot someone that important just like that? Can people really forget? Is something the matter with your sweetheart, Adder?
Sorry, Ada, I don't have time to get into philosophical debates. Those two have just earned themselves a free ride to the dungeon.
10 years dungeon?
10 years dungeon!
The stroll took an unexpected direction towards the city's guard's main tower, in the northeastern quarter of the inner walls. It was the second highest tower in the city, with ceilings tall enough that Ilagrab could walk inside. Adder had to go fetch Geoff from there every so often, so he was relatively welcome as long as he had Ilagrab by his side.
Take it to court next time. Street fights are strictly prohibited. Are we clear?
Both of the prisoners uttered a disheartened yes, sir, and Ilagrab nodded to himself. Good job, Ilagrab. He pats
Good
his
job,
back.
Ilagrab. Good job, Ilagrab. Took those guys in before the guile theme kicked in.
What? Why
It's
would you reference that?
Because street fight.
Oh. Moving on forever. Hey, Ilagrab, I was wondering, you can throw anyone in the dungeon, right?
Well, I wouldn't say anyone. But I do have a pretty good grasp on Irium's populace, if I may say so myself. Hey, I could even set you up in a pretty cell if you ever want to leave Geoff's place, if you know what I'm saying.
Okay, enough with the foreshadowing already. I'm all good. I was just wondering if you'd seen Never mind. Oh, yes, I see that all the time.
Oh, never mind. What's that? Some kind of flower?
Oh my gosh. Sigh, the prettiest in the kingdom.
Oh.
So the unique gimmick about this chapter is that it follows Aina from start to finish. So even the scenes that do not have Aina in them, they still technically do have her in them because she's spying on people.
Ina just urged. Is anyone gonna notice that?
Is anyone ever going to notice Spider Aina over there? Nope,
Nope.
apparently. Clink, clink went the hammer in Aina's forge. But there was another incessant noise. It sounded like the bellows that lit up the furnace. Sigh! Spot on. The spot-on sound of the furnace. Its source was, of course, Adder looking out of the window, sighing like he wanted to empty his lungs.
Well, you do have to clean them out every so often with nice clean oxygen.
Fact! With a semi-nocturnal roommate and what may count among the 10 worst beds in the world, dozing off, spacing out, or generally getting distracted in his job was nothing out of the ordinary for Adder. Sighing, however? That was definitely out of the norm, except all the other times he did it to get your attention. And he'd been doing that an awful lot lately. Stranger yet, Adder hadn't noticed that Aina had been standing right behind him for quite a while now. What? I didn't do it! I didn't kill John Kennedy! Oh, wait. Hey, boss, I thought you were the Beast! The Beast! There's a Beast! Sorry, I was just thinking about my things. Yes. You know, rivets and stuff. No worries, ma'am. I got this. I'm all focused now. Yep. Yuppity yup.
That gaze that looks like I don't believe a single word you just said.
You mean her default gaze?
Yes.
Funk, funk, funk went Adder's hammer, and yet Aina wouldn't leave his side. Anything else? Aina put a hand over Adder's in what may have been the most confusing gesture this side of Lake Tsihal. Adder looked down at it rather blankly, only to find that he was holding the hammer by its head.
Uh-oh.
Whoa-wee, that's dumb, even for me. Yeah, seen my brain lately, boss? I don't know where I left it. Ha 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 ha
Ha ha ha ha ha.
ha ha ha.
Ha.
Sigh. Sorry, boss. Clink, clink, clink went the hammers. And it wasn't reassuring at all.
Potatoes!
Taters, huh? Sigh. Sorry, boss. I'm not angry today either. In the great realm of Akazor, where the very essence of reality was distorted to make flowers carry messages over the whole continent, and a single king had ruled since the gods fought wars in the skies, Adder not being hungry for half a moon didn't sound plausible at all. That's a very contrived manner to introduce some world building, I have to say.
Yeah,
It's
but
a
funny.
very, very Terry Pratchett way of handling that.
Oh.
What is it, boy? Is Billy stuck in the well again? Alright, it ain't like I'm not hungry, okay? It's just that, look, boss, I don't mean no offense. And since that is a double negation, I totally mean offense. But you ever tried one of these? I've eaten knuckles with more flavor in them.
Oh no. She took a lot of time to bring those potatoes to you.
Not really. Nah, what am I saying? I know you wouldn't touch this with a stick. You're past sitting on a pile of barren gold. Who the hey wants taters when you can have figs and dates for supper every night? Am I right? In my desertion of classism. The merchant was filthy rich, and he would have indulged in such delicacies if he hadn't been too tired of his worldly life to bother chewing and too cheap to buy actual food to fill the pantry. So Adder's meager allowance came from Aina's own, totally legit and specified source of income which neither Illigrab nor Adder had probably ever thought about.
Kinda like that face, but as soon as that line is shown.
But why this? Why now? When did Adder get so picky? He'd never had any problem eating the same stuff over and over before. He was thankful that he got to eat at all.
This sounds like me. Eating the same stuff over and over.
Sigh. I guess it's time I learn my place and stop drooling over all the fancy stuff I won't have again. Including those horns. I mean...
Fancy horns.
Fancy horns to eat. Where did he even get to try it in the first place? Wouldn't you like to know? Restless, concerned, gods forbid, worried. These were all adjectives that clearly did not apply to Aina. So I am glad that we are getting to see the story from the point of view of this other character. Not so much over the fact that her entire life seems to revolve around the male protagonist.
Yeah.
But anyway. But for some reason she kept passing a tiny ugly potato from hand to hand as she stared at the city from her home, thinking about the small fortune it had cost someone. Not her, but someone. Why am I rooting for you again? Oh yes, it's because you're adorable. That's why. Okay. I had to remind myself of that. You'd think that deer would have settled their capital in a beautiful prairie where they could graze free and indulge in hedonism. That the whole world looked something like the village Adder wouldn't shut up about. But no. A massive lack of foresight, coupled with arcane stubbornness and the insistence of their king, led to heirloom growing in the middle of a steppe, between the enormous lake at Sea Hall and the Alar Sea. With barely any space for bush pens in the proximities, infertile fields and a million souls to feed, food was neither cheap nor readily available in the capital, hogged by those that needed it the least. Social inequality. There you go. Okay. Anyway, point is that Adder was a poor starving deer and Aina wasn't willing to put up with this anymore. What do we do? Do we find a cure or getting better food? Both choices are incredibly dumb for a variety of reasons.
Yes, they're both dumb, that's the problem.
Which one is the funnier?
I actually don't know which would sound funnier, to be honest. What do you think would sound funnier?
Well, I tried to find a cure the last time. I want to
No,
see
that-
what happens with this one.
Okay, let's get better food then.
Other had been working incredibly hard all year long. Maybe all he needed was some sort of encouragement. And what better encouragement than, well, the one he'd asked for. But finding food in the city was absolutely out of the question. The moment it arrived, it was counted and measured, and Aina had calculated precisely how many potatoes she could acquire from each merchant before Iligrab began glaring at her. Ahaha, extortion. She'd have to make a little trip.
Uh-oh.
Aina mentally went over the list of her favorite weapons as she trudged through the narrow alleys that composed the inner slums. The slender slums, if you will, not because she was afraid, but because she was rather bored. The sun had just disappeared as Aina arrived at the gate of Kurbasui, the northernmost entrance to Irlum, and she soon left the walls behind. Wow. We are really going on a journey. I was not expecting this.
No, I wasn't either.
The grays, yellows and whites of the city, and the browns of the outer slums turned to a deep orange, interrupted only by the occasional shrubs sleeping in burrows and crevices. The stars, stone high above, oh hi Aina, watched by the washed-out orange mien of the moon that illuminated even the darkest night. It felt like the equine steppe was as monochrome as Aina herself was. Such poetry, guys! The sound of distant laughter pulled Aina out of her thoughts. She crouched down and hid behind a rock, examining the distance.
Oh, we have a party going on.
Congregation of merchants was sitting on straw mats with a bonfire. Their fur went from light brown to pitch black, and their bodies were thin, with bigger palmed horns, fallow deer from the north. This music, man! They're huge grave pines? I know about grapevines. Not... Well, I guess I heard it through the grave pines. The biggest tree of burden one could find in Akazor slept behind them, basking in the firelight as they breathed puffs of fresh air and warmed their lips. Their wares were unloaded around the bonfire: carrots, apples, pears, salt rock, honey. Whoa!
Whoa!
Okay! I was not expecting an ambush of shadow people.
No, I wasn't either.
Aina stepped out from behind a rock, walking decisively towards the group. The merchants all turned towards her, jumping to their feet immediately. Ah, her fame precedes her, I see.
Yeah.
Aina held onto her hammer, letting its handle bounce on her left hand. They all knew what came next.
Oh dear.
Oh, Ram! One of them raised a hand, stopping Aina in her tracks. She walked closer to the fire, revealing a face Aina was most unused to, and horns that would have exterminated whatever remained of other self-esteem. Yes,
The words
pretty
of
much.
dear, right.
Ibex woman.
Well, it's all you, Devar.
Tasaka, Imat is strange hour for a boy of walk step. More strange of walk with big hammer. Build house, need help?
She's a Dragon Quest builder cosplayer, can't you tell?
I could see that.
Aina stood in the spot, clinging to her hammer. The brutish, almost savage-looking woman had a reassuring look on her face. Also, who are you to judge, really? The merchants looked at each other and then at the woman, speaking in a language that Aina failed to recognize, but that sounded very close to speaking Basaktet with a hot potato in one's mouth. One hurriedly uttered the word robbery, another whispered the word golem, ambush, danger. The strange woman just shook her head.
It's cold, boy. It's fire or tea you want? We help. Food is of we. Fire is of sun. Tea is of friend. Sit with we is welcome. Weapon not.
Sit with we you will? Aina stepped a bit closer to the fire. Revealing herself, she let her hammer fall by her side quite dramatically and stood proudly in front of them. The merchants nearly fell back at the sight of her teeth. Even the woman gulped audibly.
Is strange girl, boy. I is sorry. I not know. Angry at someone? Angry at I? Please, no. Basetapfe.
Close enough. Fall of bed, assumed Aina, switching back to her native tongue even though it only sounded somewhat similar and made no sense whatsoever. Aina cast a long glance over the group, just a bunch of deer and some kind of overgrown gazelle, asking nicely to be left alone. They weren't worth her time. She's not a very social individual.
No.
Aina picked up her hammer and made to leave.
Hirub guard your path home, stranger.
Hirub, what a joke! Well, that was a scene, wasn't it?
That was something.
A marine breeze blew over the streets of Heirloom the next day, sweeping away some of the hot steppe dust that suffocated the city. Akazor was 2 moons well into dawn soon already, and it was coming to an end little by little. Hey!
Hey!
Hey! Hey! It was lunchtime, and Aina couldn't stop thinking about the previous night. She still couldn't understand why she couldn't bring herself to merely grab their wares and leave as usual. Maybe they weren't good enough and that was her merchant instinct talking. Yeah, no.
She doesn't know things, does she?
No, she has, well, a strong opinion about people. Yes, let's leave it at that.
Yeah.
For some reason, she could only think of Adar chiding her and giving her a disappointed look. So, if he didn't want the usual, that was totally his fault. Anyway, more potatoes! Yes! Carrying a small mountain of uncooked, misshapen potatoes, dried seaweed and several bulbous roots, Aina made her way through the corridors of her home in search of her apprentice. A cloud or two could be seen in the big blue sky, white and puffy, off to conduct whatever business a cloud could have so close to her home. The once great Temple of Hirub, the abandoned residence of a god that left in a tantrum after the Baran rebellion. That sounds about right. Not the most elegant farewell, but her father always said that gods need no manners, and that old geezer clearly knew all about that.
Because he was one of them.
The lack of manners, I mean. He knew a thing or two about gods as well, but he much preferred to spend his time cursing them for his longevity. Oh, there he went with his usual friends. Burn the Sephi! This time we'll get him for good!
Wow.
His friends. Aina, second-class daughter of a hero praying beast! Quit whiffle waffling and do something about this! I know you're somewhere around here! You fusty legs! Aina!
Oh no, he's casting some kind of spell! Hurry up!
Aina just stared idly at the mob carrying her father away, off to a pyre that would forever magically fail to end the poor man's life. A question resurfaced in Aina's mind. So
I like
yes,
how
he's
this is-
immortal, by the way.
I like how she just kind of acted like, yep, I didn't see that. Nope.
It was others, pondering aloud whether Aina's father was hated a little more or a little less for purchasing and desecrating the temple of a god that most people despised anyway. She took a moment to consider this as she walked into the sunlight. Sacrilege is kind of a global standard, I suppose, is what she thought. Anyway, more of this. Sigh. Cue other, moping all by himself in the courtyard. And she just threw the potatoes. Okay, that was nice. Aina tensed up her shoulders and stretched out the footplate, attempting to pass the dish as something casual that she didn't go out of her way and spend her personal earnings to buy. No siree.
Nope.
Once more, instead of a happily proceeding to choke on his payment for helping out in the forge, Other took a long, empty look at the food. He sighed and looked away.
Oh, wow.
Sorry, boss. I'm not angry. So this is character development in a very subtle way. She didn't steal the potatoes this time.
Yeah, she bought them.
Progress!
Yay!
The problem is they are still raw misshapen potatoes. So he'd said time and time again during the last few moons, but Other had always ended up giving up and eating. Less and less every time, however. Aina waited patiently to no avail. Once she got tired of that, she shook a carrot in front of his face, hoping to stir his curiosity with this new, shocking ingredient!
A single carrot? That changes everything!
Wow, that's definitely a game changer. We can almost make a minestrone now! No answer.
Are you serious?
So there she was, shaking a rattle in front of a giant one-eyed baby that refused to eat. Seeing that diplomacy didn't work, she poked his snout with said carrot.
I hope not up his nostril.
Ahem! Notice me, senpai, already? She poked and till it ended up in his nose.
His
Ouch.
nose! Why the nose?
Ouch. Sir, You happy now?
Yes, she most likely is.
Ana's total desperation was purposely ignored by Other, so a poor carrot was snapped in two for his sins. It was at this point that Ana realized she didn't much care about why he wasn't eating. All she knew was that Deer had to eat, and he hadn't done so in a while. With all the delicacy her hands could muster, she opened his jaw and smashed a raw potato right into his mouth.
Oh my god! She's trying to kill this man.
But something was wrong. He didn't overreact. He didn't attempt to talk his potato-in-mouth dialect. He just grabbed the tuber and handed it back to Ana.
Tuber, that's a way to call a potato.
If you like them taters so much, why don't you eat them?
Grrr.
Now you're growling at me? What's your deal? What's your deal? What's your deal? Her deal? But he was the one acting strange. She was just trying to help, and he still hadn't eaten a single thing.
Grrr.
I don't want your darn potatoes, Ana. Just leave me alone. There, it had to be said. Ana hesitated for a moment longer, and her fists would have given quite a speech. There she goes. She turned around and angrily stormed off. Did it teach her to think about anyone other than herself?
That doesn't help matters.
Ana marched towards one of her usual hideouts, atop the round-down temple walls, away from Other's sight. She needn't run that far. He wasn't going to pursue her this time. Alone with one of her potatoes and all of her weapons, Ana began rummaging through her pockets in search of a knife. There was never a lack of those on her person.
She likes her knives.
She brought out one of her trusty daggers and focused all of her attention on cutting the potato into thinner and thinner slices.
Is this going to be the accident of finding out the crisp surfer thing with you?
She corners a market that did not exist. She wasn't wrong, there was just no way she was. She was older and wiser, and Other was just being an idiot by refusing her help. Of course! Duh!
Duh.
And this guy!
Hiding from the mob, little Tess.
God damn it, giant tree man!
The narrator is reacting to it.
Replying to Illigrab wasn't precisely on Ana's list of priorities for the day. Illigrab didn't expect otherwise.
Don't worry, I took care of them. No need to thank me, of course.
Oh yes, her dad was burning alive. It's just another Tuesday.
Your dad smelt of bacon again. It wouldn't kill you, though. Anyway, all that's left is putting out the fire, so, I was hoping Ado could give me a hand there. Where is the lad?
That was another question that didn't deserve an answer. Ana devoted her whole being to gathering all the extra thin potato slices and then launched them into the air, watching them fly around like some tremendously wasteful confetti.
Did you two get in a fight?
And there she goes again. There I'm back again, I see. Aina led Ilagrab to the courtyard. There were a peevish adder sat by the fountain. He was rubbing his face as he stared at all the food by his side.
He hasn't come back to his senses yet, huh? Hey, think it's your father's fault? I could leave him a little longer on the pyre to see if he learns his lesson.
Don't you dare, son of a wielded fear! I pay my taxes! I bribe you! Or fine you! I demand service! I demand justice! Get me down on this fire right now!
Don't you dare, son of a wilted fur. Beat face.
I heard that, Curtis! I'll make a wardrobe out of you!
I mean, he is kind of built like a wardrobe. Bless your ears, Red.
Aina shook her head, frustrated. The merchant hadn't said anything meaner than usual, and even if he had, Ada and Aina formed an unbreakable team. Nothing could harm them when they were together. They looked in Ada's direction once more. He's drowning in the fountain. He's somersaulting. I won't pretend I've ever understood how others' mind works. Allez, hop.
I mean, I'm trying to.
Allez, hop.
You two worrywarts were made for each other.
Aina's face turned red immediately. The legendarily morose Smith would rather admit to any criminal charges against her than let on that she was actually concerned about anyone's well-being. She has a reputation and whatnot. Ilagrab smiled and stepped forward before she had a chance to protest, however.
Let me handle this.
Let me just move slightly to the left. There we are.
Addison, son of Gerthas of the Upper Field, you're under arrest.
For breaking a woman's heart. Oh, three, I'm sorry, I knew that it was gonna, nothing I could just go tell the weapons, don't kill me!
For wearing a precious little bean like,
Well, now I guess, well, now that he confessed, I guess, something else.
Ida, sweetie. Give us a minute, will you? Ada, my favorite taxidermist refugee. Why would the only law-abiding deer in Slander District ever beg for his life? Did Geoff talk you into conning someone? Someone called Taylid, perhaps?
No thanks, all the gold in Basakrat ain't worth a word with that sicko. Don't tell him I said that. Oof.
Eesh. Well, the rules, the most serious possibility out, which leaves us with a scared buck and a secret.
So tell me your secret.
And you know that I'm only second to Ina when it comes to both. Start talking.
Never have I seen a tree look so threatening.
Deep breath. Alright. If I'm gonna die, at least let me die a honest buck. I met this girl and she booped me and I got so nervous that I ran away, but then we met again and it turned out we knew each other cause I tried to save her once and things got kinda heated in between us and I hate her horns! What we did last night? Ooh boy, that can't be legal.
Oh, say no more! Say no more! So, you shed your antlers. That's no big deal, and most certainly not a crime. Though, you know, fawns. Fawns happen. You do know about that, right?
Do we have to have the talk?
Do we need to talk about the fawns and the...
Oh no, I hope not.
Ada, I love you like a son, but please don't make me take on your father's actual educational duties.
I know where phones come from. They're brought in by a bird. That ain't,
Good, good. Then what could... Oh, of course. I should have known from the very first moment.
Other's eyes lit up slightly. Illigrab let a heavy hand fall on the buck's shoulder as he took a deep breath.
Ada, no matter how guilty you feel, cheating is not a crime.
Wait, no, no! Say woo!
I want you to know that I don't approve of what you've done, but I'm sure Ida will understand if you talk to her.
I'd never cheat on Ana. I'd have to be courting her for dead anyway.
You're not?
Course not. My boss is the strongest and the coolest and cute as a bug to boot. Wait, what? Really? Cute as a bug? Okay. I guess caterpillars are cute in their own special way.
Well, yeah, I guess caterpillars, but... And butterflies are considered a bug, right?
And I guess I would like to have a tarantula as a pet.
My cousin had a pet tarantula.
See? There you go. Ain't nobody good enough in this world to court Ana, much less me. I could never find me a doe like her.
But kid, she's not a...
Hiya! Okay, okay. If a tree falls in a temple and there are 3 people to hear it, including the tree itself, does it make a sound?
It makes an oof.
The answer is yes. He says doe. Doe!
Alright, kiddo, that's the end of the talk. Why don't you go back to sulking in a corner or something? Ah.
Illigrab laughed awkwardly as Ana dragged him away.
You're so lucky I can't have you arrested. You unruly little beast.
A beast! A beast! Also beast! Snicker.
Yeah, of course. Mark your biggest ally.
Literally and figuratively.
Excuse me, that wasn't on purpose, I swear. Your greatest ally. I was just trying to help you. Forget that stupid argument. I thought I told you to tell him the truth already. Don't play the mute card with me. There's a million ways you could tell him. That boy's blinded and per talk, but he'll find out sooner or later that you're lying to him. You want to wait until Eka is here? How do you think he'll react then?
Like that, I guess.
Ina, we aren't like him. Like them. I know you care a lot about him. So do I. I love the both of you. But keeping up the charade for so long is only going to make the truth harder than it should be. Dear, have a life, and we are part of it, of course. But there are just some things that we can never give them. Things that they need in their short time on Dakna. No matter how much we love them. Curious. Adra is no exception to that rule. He is beginning to realize that you're not the sun of his life. Ina, take the whole night business out, and what do you have? He's just a boy with down-to-earth concerns.
Such as surviving on a day-by-day basis.
He wants a farm. He wants a family. He will move on one day and find those things. And we should be happy for him. Do you understand?
There were some concepts that Aina was acutely aware of, even if she herself didn't realize that. How painfully small her influence could be on anyone's life was one of them. I should be the center of the universe! A few moments went by in complete silence as she contemplated the faces that had left her behind already. She had always been all too eager to forget how rare company had been throughout her existence. Bearing the weight of such a thought, she finally nodded with her head low. Ilograb's moustache turned down as his eyebrows rose. A million worried creases formed where his forehead should be.
Great! Then do me a favor and take him somewhere nice tonight. If you know what I'm saying.
Not one, not two, not three, but 4 question marks.
She obviously does not know how to deal with this.
You have to make sure to have fun together while you can. So go make up with him. Take him out tonight. Who knows? Maybe he'll loosen up and tell you what's going on after a few drinks.
Ha
I know I would have loose slips. It's time to let him in, or let him go. So you two better be smooshing your faces together by the end of the night, okay? That's a royal order.
In an incredible display of dexterity, Ilograb managed to produce a handful, a giant reindeer's handful, of Dorus from a bag on his belt, which he handed to a very flustered Aina as discreetly as he could. Satisfied with his act of generosity, he took a long glance around the forge, finally stopping to stare at the embers resting on the bottom of the furnace.
I'm gonna have to arrest you for burning my kind now. And you could also think of that as a tip, you know, so you can work on my order a bit faster.
Aina looked at Ilograb straight in the eye, not restless, not calm, even more silently than usual. She stretched out the end holding the coins towards him.
Fair enough. I should know better than to try and bribe a Tess. You guys are a prideful bunch. But hey, keep the money. I'm sure Ada could use a little, push in the right.
Are you going to help me down or what? I am still burning over here! Old immortal man burning over here! Could use some help, you dunderhead! You leafy, beefy dolt!
Red, I swear I'd let the mobs have their way with you if it wouldn't make your daughter sad.
I'd like to see you try! I was about to turn into Vince McMahon there.
I'd like to see you try!
I'd like to see you try, Austin!
That's it, I'm fired!
Literally on fire!
Oh, I'm sure you would. He's right, though. I shouldn't leave him hanging like that. Good luck, Ida.
He was there burning this entire time. That's hysterical. So that was an interesting glimpse into Aina's life and into the kind of relationship and connection herself, her old man, and the beefy leafy guy share with each other.
Yeah.
Free from the chains of unwanted social interaction. That's every introvert's dream, isn't it?
Yes.
Aina silently pondered Illigrub's words as she added back to Ada's side. There used to be sacred flat pools in the public courtyard, now served as a magnificent dish and laundry washing station. Others, particularly, since he was in charge of these chores. At the end of the day, any of her oh-so-urgent chores were just another excuse to keep Ada around. He purposefully looked the other way. Of course he didn't want to talk to her. So what, no more somersaulting? The irony of getting blatantly ignored by the clingiest deer on Dachna wasn't lost on Aina. A painful punishment, if there was one. An apology was something to be rarely expected from the smith, not because she failed to see the fault in her actions, but because she didn't know how to apologize. Lack of practice, you see.
Yeah, I can see that.
No, that was just an excuse. Ada always knew when Aina felt guilty about anything. Then again, why did she have to apologize when it was him who failed to appreciate her efforts? She should have continued patting her own back and telling herself how right she was, if she hadn't noticed that the food wasn't nowhere to be seen. Well, 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 it seems that the tables have turned. Yeah. Yeah. Aina carefully removed from Ada's hands the brass dish that he'd been polishing over and over. It ain't clean yet. There's some red spot that just won't get. An incredible feat considering that he'd been washing the same dish since her conversation with Illigrub started. The dish had been cleaned with such dedication that she could see a reflection in it.
Wow.
Aina stared at the dish. And the dish stared back. Then at Ada.
And then to the dish again.
Back at the dish.
Oh no, it is that joke, isn't it?
Ada again. Once satisfied with her observations, she whacked Ada's snout with the flat side of the dish in a manner she considered softly.
I think his terrified look says otherwise.
What is it now? What do you want? You want to ruin my life now? Smirking in the most annoying fashion possible, she shoved the dish on Adder's face. Yeah, there it is! Just let me clean that darn dish! Aina turned the dish around once more just to make sure she was right. There was no spot to be seen. Seeing that her first idea didn't yield any results, Aina decided that some better strategic positioning was in order. Hey, wait! Don't go walking into the pool! You're gonna make
Oh, this is something.
Ignoring the way her boots were getting soaked and how questionable her repositioning was, Aina sat down in the gap left between Adder's legs and the pool. She held the dish out as far as she could and then tapped on its surface, attempting to call Adder's attention to it once more. He had to regain a bit of composure first.
Yep, that's not the only composure. Oh my gosh!
Can't you see the spot? It's there, right next to your oh. A brief lapse of clarity came about as Adder's sight traveled towards a red blur on the brass dish, right where his right eye should have been.
He confused it for his eye patch.
And I'm dumb. Big surprise. Matley!
I mean, he's tall as Dastardly. And
They
Ina,
agreed on that.
And then Ina has green hair.
A tranquil silence followed Adder's epiphany, a moment of reflection. Haha, get it?
Yes.
Reflection?
Literal reflection.
Oh my gosh, comedy. Aina looked up at Adder with her big lilac eyes, hoping to tug at his heartstrings in lieu of an apology. Some would call that kind of purposefully cute look manipulative. Some people would get their asses kicked.
Yep.
Well, darn boss, I may not be all that used to the eye thing just yet, but I don't really need two eyes to see when you're trying to play me. Aina patted Adder's enormous arms as patronizingly as she could, ruffling the fur that covered them, touching them, feeling them. Feeling them.
Oh my gosh.
It seemed that none of them would exactly apologize for what happened. So of course they went back to playing with the dish like the big children they were. Who the hell's that gnarled leafless palm tree? That ain't me. There just ain't no way that's my face. Where'd my cheeks go? No wonder I don't recognize myself. Hold up. How did she even manage to recognize me then? Was that magic too? What? Aina had no idea who she was or what magic he was talking about, but there was only one gigantic one-eyed roe deer with shovels for hands in the whole city. Adder put the dish away, fixing his gaze farther into the mountain, where
Mountain?
a statue... Oh.
Because you said mountain.
Further into the Fountain Mountain, where a statue stood mutilated and bereft of the glory it had ages back. Curses! Ain't no way I could forget someone like that twice. Knowing fully well that he wasn't talking to her, Aina continued running her bandaged fingers along his fur absent-mindedly feeling those muscular, shovel, sweaty arms.
Not exactly muscular right now. That like Popeye forearms. I'm guessing that she'd be more.
Popeye
shaky.
forearms have their appeal, I suppose.
It's in
Somewhat
drawing, yes.
concerned about his sudden interest for the son of the sun. She could only guess why he was talking to a statue. But then again, didn't that hold true for everything? Did she actually understand a single thing either did or said? Could she even?
Could you even, you know?
Other had told her a million things since they met. She didn't care. They did not affect her in the slightest. And yet he kept pouring his heart out to her, and she kept ignoring him, like some sort of tug-of-war for lonely idiots.
Tinder, right?
Oh!
Sorry.
Snap!
Sorry to people who use Tinder. I don't mean to be mean. It's a joke.
I mean, yes, it's an easy joke. So why did the thought of not understanding him distress her so much now, when she hadn't made a single effort to do so in the time they had known each other? Because he's sleeping away. I'm sure there is a song about it. In the time they had known each other. Ildegrab's words resonated within her, making her feel a guilt she usually quieted with violence.
Violence fixes everything that you don't want to feel.
You know, I've been thinking a whole darn lot about the past lately, boss. Ina's torn-up ears perked up. What were the chances of those two thinking the same thing? Other smiled ever so slightly, giving her his trademark, "Here's a story you don't want to miss."
That is a very specific look.
Do ya remember the day we met? What a question. Of course I don't. I ignored you. Hey, don't ya at me, missy. Imagine you just walk into the city thinking this is finally your day, you make a friend, is gonna get you a job, and then you turn round the corner and stumble upon a grandpa on fire! That's an unforgettable first impression, let me tell you.
Yeah, indeed.
Nothing strange as far as Aina was concerned.
That was normal, huh?
Do me a favor and make like your idea of weird and mine sort of match for a minute, boss. As I was saying, my pa raised a good boy, and a good boy don't let grandpas fry on a pyre. So I rush into the temple, ready to end the one life I got to save his. What Other didn't know is that Aina had been looking down on the scene from her window, giving her quite a more accurate retelling of the events.
Is he crying?
But no matter how hard I try, the fire's just too strong for me. There's nothing a poor buck like me can do. With his last breath, the old man calls for his daughter. Come here, you stupid daughter! I hate you! I should have never paid that bird to give you to me! And he hollers until...
I guess the people did not like his hot takes now that I think about it.
Whoa! The prettiest girl I'd seen in my life walks right out of the gate. Aina made a conscious effort not to giggle. To be fair, half the female population that Other met was the prettiest girl he'd seen in his life.
He's just been nice.
And she makes her way through the crowd. She looks at me, of all the people. Of course, she was looking at him. He was screaming louder than the man on the fire. That's got to be some contest, let me tell you.
I don't like his hot takes.
And she gets closer and closer, and then the little thing just signs us to get eaten by a beast! A beast! I saw a beast! And walks away like it got nothing to do with her. Those were the days. Wonder who that girl was, huh? Eh? He poked Ana's cheek, and she slapped his hand away as solemnly as she could. He was one to talk about first impressions. Shaggy, chubby, badly patched up, and wearing a ridiculous vest. That's how she remembered the other that first appeared in their gate. Screaming in fear as usual. Or screaming for fear. Once upon a time there had been muscle and even fat on others' arms. All that remained to attest to his gigantism were a pair of oversized hands and clothes that had been mended beyond recognition. Indeed, he was once a boy with a tender scar on his face, yelling from the rooftops that he fully intended to become a knight. But dreams aren't edible, are they? Oh, that's too real, man. I gotta say, this year's been kicking my ass real bad. But I'm still alive and in one piece. I guess I got good health at least. Not thanks to your horn-shattering, teeth-breaking, nose-bending punches, let me tell ya. But you're the one person I can always count on, boss. I trust ya with my life. Ah, stop. Stop. I command you to stop! Stop being adorable, I will drown you! Uh-huh. Cough. That was just a very otherish exaggeration, of course. They had only been friends since the last bleak night. At least the way she saw it. There was no way he trusted her that much already. Then again, Other would have probably argued that they had been friends since he arrived with the first bloom of flower essence, and that he would have died for her since the moment he saw her. And it ain't just you. I can't imagine leaving Mr. Bard's home or not going on walks with Illograb, even the Patreon, oh, even him! Gods, I never thought I'd find something like this when I left the fort. I was just dying to go back. Back.
In time?
To the future? Other shut up all of a sudden. Aina was surprised he'd managed to speak half a sentence about his draft. There went another issue he never talked about. Both Other and Aina turned their eyes to the reflection once more. The image on the dish offered no good answer to the questions either of them had. It just talked about the outcome of their decisions. Aina shifted the dish a little, until she was no longer in the picture. That's where she belonged.
Aww.
Now, you really gotta quit sneaking around, boss. Putting his hands just above hers, Other turned the dish so she would be back in the reflection. She turned her face up towards his, confused.
With a blush, apparently, too.
Illograb's words got to ya, right? Still observing Adder's snout in such a weird angle, she nodded. He had been a lot more vigilant than what she had originally thought, but he had decided to remain silent about it all the same. From such a low angle, his still faunish and round face looked even mature. Now, that was a stretch. She knew that mature was probably one of the last adjectives that would ever be associated with him. But, for just a moment, she felt like he wasn't a dumb kid who would get lost if she let go of him anymore. Please, oh please, oh please, oh please, you didn't believe him, ma'am. He got it all wrong. I ain't a cheater. I never was something skirting us, I swear. It was just a moment, as I said.
A moment of maturity.
And it's gone. Aina quietly considered the question. I said Aina quietly considered the question, but not before headbutting his chest for that tell, of course. So, what do we do now? Do we pry? Like a prying mantis? Or do we comfort him? Like a comfortable chair?
I mean, comfort him like a chair, I guess.
Okay. No matter what was troubling Adder, it obviously wasn't her business. She didn't like it when he pried into her life. It was only fair she'd return the favor and let him be. Aina took a long glance at the stag's jaw, letting her mind wander. She always kept him at an arm's length, affectively speaking. She feared what Adder would find if she looked closer.
Ooh.
Like, for example, green is not my natural color! Oh! But in moments of true hardship, Aina knew just what to do to cheer him up. No money or alcohol required. Effortlessly, she grabbed onto his arms and brought them around her waist, pulling him into what could only count as alpha hug.
Half a hug, huh?
Adder embraced her as strongly as he could, moved by this gesture. Any other person's spine would have probably crumbled under the weight of Adder's chest, but not Aina's. Oh no no no.
Oh no no no, Ina can take that.
Boss. Sniff. I can't believe he'll grab at the nuts to go and say such a thing. What kind of buck does he think I am? He knows how much you meant to me. I'd never even hurt you like that. Aina sighed contentedly to herself, laughing about her previous considerations about him looking like an adult. Adder was as scaring, vulnerable and predictable as the day she met him. That hadn't changed at all. She didn't want him to change at all. Change was scary, and Adder an oddity in a world that shunned her. She wanted him safe and sound by her side. How could that ever be a bad thing? I can think of a few scenarios.
Yeah, I can have a couple of scenarios. Give me time.
She didn't need an answer. It was now time for Aina to go back to sulking and for Adder to feel bad thinking that it was due to what Illigrab said. They got it all wrong, Illigrab. Mr. Bard, the Patreon. I know they want to help. Especially the Patreon is my very best friend. Oh, he's all about helping people.
Totally.
But all damn city folks think they know better than Shorthorns over yonder. he don't even get to finish talking cause they already know what the damn phone's gonna say. You got any idea how gosh darn freaking annoying that is? Oh no, she has no idea how annoying
Totally.
that is. Aina rolled her eyes back, asked the mute girl if she knows anything about not getting to chip in. I ain't no fun. I've been a farmer, and a water seller, and a watchman, and a soldier. I had a life before I met him, and I had one now too, but I just don't want to tell them about it. They wouldn't understand. Society wouldn't understand. Oh, but they would. And what if I just don't want to talk? What if I'm tired of everyone thinking I'm a hick and that's it? It ain't the end of the world, right? Right? Adder looked at Aina pleadingly with his big, glassy eye on the verge of tears. The smith couldn't even bring herself to give him the sarcasm he deserved. Aina nodded passionately, giving him a lazy, derisive pat on his cheek. She found that almost relatable.
Almost.
With a loud sigh full of resignation, frustration, and just a hint of relief, Adder rested his chin on Aina's head, letting his surge of honesty suddenly vanish. Woo-wee! Feels good to get off my chest. Once more, dozen stags. The only one that gets it is Aina the Smith. I'm sorry for all the grief I've given ya, boss. I should have talked to you sooner. Indeed, he should have. But she was gracious enough not to remark it. Aina let him know that she still expected an explanation with a single look, and Adder's cheeks jumped a little as he looked away, smiling as coyly as his giant teeth would let him. And here came the part where he poured his heart out to the beautiful maiden by his side, and their relationship was strengthened even further.
I see that you know about visual novel dating sims, Ida.
Yes, especially in whatever time this story is taking place in. Aha, boss! You know that I know there ain't nobody in the whole Akazor that'll keep a secret safer than you. But that still don't mean you get to hear about it. Oh.
Yep, Ida is like, all like, why not?
Not one, not two, not three, but 4 exclamation marks.
They come in fours.
Time to roll out the barrels.
The
Ada,
shotgun
do a barrel
barrels.
roll!
The shotgun barrels.
I've got a barrel roll. Well, ma'am, I think I'm all tucked out for today. I should get going now. Mr. Bart's playing tonight and someone's gotta make sure he don't drink our money. See you tomorrow. Ahem.
I think you have something.
Adder headed off to the arc that led to Slender District. A set of steps started walking behind him. Adder started running.
And the steps would get faster.
Boss? Ha! Gotcha! Did I forget something? Aina pointed at Adder and then at herself. You wanna come along? I don't know, boss. It's a stag night. We're gonna drink ourselves silly and then we're gonna talk about those. Woo, yeah. Those.
You got like those legs. Eh?
Geoff talking about those? Now, there's the biggest piece of fiction ever written. Needless to say, Aina remained very much unconvinced. What about your pa? He's gonna be madder than a hornet when he hears you're out drinking with me again.
Again?
Is someone taking my daughter out to drink? I'll get them! But he's still burning as he said that. The merchant was essentially mad every fraction of a second he spent alive. That wasn't a deterrent under any circumstance.
Well, yeah.
Let me make this a bit easier for you. Do you remember the last time we went to a tavern together, boss? You know, when you threw Mr. Bard out the window, I'm sure he deserved it.
Yes.
And then you just ran after him and left me alone to... Hold up! Don't tell me that was the day she... Whatever story Adar was about to tell disappeared completely from his mind. He beat the claw of his thumb, bubbling to himself with that strange accent of his. So... Her boots didn't even make a sound as she shyly walked towards Adar. She grabbed his hand with her comparatively tiny fingers and looked up, awaiting a response.
So...
I wanna come. Well, okay then. Ah, darn it, boss. Don't cry, please. I'm so sorry. I didn't know you wanted to come along so bad. You can calm down with us any day. And if Mr. Bard got anything to say about that, I'll take care of him. You cheeky sod.
She is cheeky, isn't she?
Aina's lip trembled as she struggled to keep a smirk away from her face. Not so fast, ma'am. You gotta swear over by tat that your butt and the seat are gonna be one and the same. Cause if you see ya throw a single punch or a kick or gods forbid a stab, I ain't ever taking ya with me again. The stakes are high. I don't want another buck slamming a chair against my noggin, got it? Thumbs up.
Ding!
Oh boy.
Lots of character development though in this section.
It was a pretty good chapter in the way it explored the relationship between Aina and
Adar?
Bakaru Banzai.
Oh yeah. Yeah, oh yeah. Evil Grub.
Yes, also Illigrab. And don't forget about the merchant.
Yeah, the burning merchant.
Yes, he's still burning as we speak.
At least he, you know, always has the lights on in his place.
And on that high note, thank you for joining us, everybody. We will be seeing you on the next session of this increasingly intriguing visual novel. We have a hot date tonight! Oh boy!
Oh boy, hot date!
Hot diggity!
What we do?
Yappity yap. Well, hot is perhaps an exaggeration. I'd say it's a lukewarm date, medium rare date. You know,
So,
not
in other words, it's
exactly
gonna-
spicy, but not exactly ice cold. Somewhere in between.
Alright, a lukewarm stag night!
Yes. By all intents and purposes, yes. Anyway, welcome back. Oh no. Welcome back,
Oh,
everyone,
yes.
to MADPlay, and we are continuing on with our romantic shenanigans and hijinks.
Yeah, our escapades into the oh dear me scenario.
Haha, dear. You did that on purpose, didn't
Yes,
you?
I did.
Yes, the pun abounds. They are bountiful, and I hate them. Anyway, last time, Other and not Other were going on a date together.
Ah, yes, Ida and Ada.
Oh, you mean Aina? Yes, that one.
Nobody dates faster than Ida and Ada.
It's
I was singing the magical Trevor song for some
just
reason. Then.
okay. Well, it's Aina and the Dolt. Yes, Aina and the Dolt. One is a golem, the other's insane. And they're
Might as well
out
be.
tonight. So yes, suspicious glare and mutters accompanied Aina! Another. Oops. All the way, etc, etc. Anyway, they go to a place called the Lucky Bastard, so called in honor of the owner's late husband, who was struck dead by a lightning bolt after walking out a gambling house. That sounds
Did he-
about right.
Did he win?
The three were clearly mad at him, though not quite as much as his wife. She'd surely made peace with the memory of him after finding his secret earnings and opening the tavern.
Oh, so he did win.
Well, that's an interesting story in its own right.
Too bad we're not concentrating on that.
If that doesn't give you a clear idea of the type of gents that frequented the establishment, suffice it to say that they let Geoff play in it.
Geoff of all people.
Yes, the worst bard in all of Heirloom.
Well,
As
I
it
guess-
was established. And here is Other trying to moonwalk. Other picked in, looking with apprehension at the few deer scattered across the tavern. Anyone capable of ignoring the aberrations Geoff played probably deserved to be there.
Oh wow, so it's like prison.
Or school.
Ah!
Ah! A quick look back at Aina revealed her eagerness to quiet Geoff using her fists. She noticed Other's expression and quickly put her hands behind her back. Or, you know,
Not.
not.
Yes, it's just right there. As she sticks her tongue out with a blep.
I'm going to blep Geoff if he doesn't stop playing.
She's going to yeet him out the establishment.
Sure, whatever it is you just said. Hey now, you promised you'd be quiet. You swore over Bite Heart. He's gonna smite you to death. Aina took a hand to her forehead and pretended to swoon. She actually miscalculated and fell on her butt. Smitten indeed. Well, that's hilarious.
Smooth, Ina. Smooth.
She's laughing.
Yeah.
I ain't joking around, boss. This is the one place in the district that still lets Mr. Bard play. I can't get in trouble here. I'm all about the bass, no treble. I can't do that to Geoff again, Kay, because he's
Again?
been such a good friend to me, clearly.
Also, again.
Last time, they actually did establish that it was not the first time that Aina actually threw Geoff out of a bar. Anyway, do it for me.
That face.
And there went Aina's plan for the night.
Her only plan for the night.
Cough. Everyone turned towards the duo as they walked into the bar, with faces that went from awe to ire. The barkeep, upon noticing Adder, quickly rushed to his side. There you are, Adder! Just the man I wanted to stop today! Go tell that Hayseed friend of yours to tune that stupid piece of... hyphen.
Stupid piece of hyphen.
Stupid piece of hyphen. Aina's eyes met the barkeep's. She paled. Aina smiled.
Ding!
Though Adder would have you believe otherwise, Aina storming off was hardly an uncommon event. It was, in fact, how most of her arguments with her father ended up, since she could not quite defend her own causes. Nobody bothered to learn sign language, including herself.
Apparently so.
Some strange events tended to occur concurrently. Occur concurrently, that's a mouthful. One night, an enormous hole appeared in one of the city walls. One day, the sun rose to reveal that Baitat's statue was missing its two-story tall sword. Most recently, someone removed all the pavement from the northeastern quarter of the central plaza. An extremely sharp dagger was the only clue the thief left behind.
Adder, was it you?
I don't trust this guy. I don't trust this guy.
I don't trust this guy.
I don't trust this guy. I don't trust this stag.
I don't trust this stag.
But of course, Adder didn't believe that his beloved boss had anything to do with any form of nocturnal vandalism.
Yeah, totally.
Wait! Oh! Alright, boss! This is the prettiest barkeep in town! Miss Barkeep! Her actual last name is Barkeep. That's... said. Miss Barkeep!
It is.
This is the prettiest smith in town! My boss! Aina! Aina!
Oh, she said that with bold words.
Aina tilted her head up slightly to let Adder pat her head affectionately. Still in such a cute position, she turned her eyes towards the barkeep in a killing glare.
Wow.
Yes, that's a killing glare. Right there.
What a nice killing glare that
The
is.
nicest killing glare I've ever did see. Oh, I didn't know it was like that. Give me just, Steve.
Give me just a wait a minute.
Ahem. You bunch of twats, better get your asses out of this place immediately. These two want some space. There was no answer to the barkeep's order. Aina reached for the hammer on her back. There's no need for that, ma'am. We'll try to fit in a corner or something. Adder took a deep breath as Aina placed the hammer back on her belt. Or back, as it were, sending just one last look of disappointment his way. Well, time to go back to work, doo-dee-doo-dee-doo. Geoff's barely cohesive poetry became clearer as they reached the back of the tavern, though the bard seemed too occupied with his performance to notice them yet.
Made for the best.
Yes, you have no idea. They managed to find an empty space where they could barely fit together, though their designated room on the floor became considerably bigger after Aina curled her lips at the deer around them. Well, that sure was a thing. She never called anyone a twat for me before. You know the barkeep, boss?
That's like a look of maybe.
I think she knows her 3 sons, all named Steve.
Yes, all of the period Steves.
Nope, no way, she had to be confusing Aina for some other green-haired albino that wandered from tavern to tavern once a moon demanding a little tip in exchange for another raising the person.
Totally. Yeah, totally.
Easy mistake.
Totally easy.
All according to Keikaku. Once seated, Aina called the barkeep, or rather growled, "There's the death glare! There's the death glare that we were
There's the
missing
death
before!" Deep menacing growl. She rushed to their side immediately. "Yes, miss?" Aina pointed to a cup and raised 2 fingers. The barkeep clearly didn't need a translation, but Aina's request didn't seem to cheer Other up, as it should have. "Make that one, ma'am. I ain't got enough money. And I don't feel like drinking anyway." But Aina felt like making him drink, of course. She brought out a shiny Doru from Illegrab's gift, pointed to herself, and then to Other. "You're going to make me eat coins?" Aw, that's mighty kind of ya, boss. I was hungry for gold. But really, I don't wanna. I said no thanks! Steve, exclamation Steve. "I don't wanna, yes you do, I don't wanna, yes you do!" Aina tried to push 2 coins into the barkeep's hand while Other tried to pull her hand away quite fruitlessly. "I don't want to give it the coin, not that, I want to take the coin, give it the coin, give it the coin, I don't get paid enough for this." Oh.
Seriously, she's been named like a My Little Pony character.
Miss Barkeep.
Yes.
Yes, her name is her profession. How convenient.
I wonder if we should add some sword fighting music, like from Monkey Island 3 on the ships.
Well, now that you said it. Oh. Aina, grunt. What I say earlier about trying to know what's best for me, huh? I don't always gotta get naked to have fun, alright? Where does that come from? Where does that come from?
Why would you say that in public? Even the ladies are like going like, "Adam, what the hell, man?"
I think I might be missing some context in this conversation. Well, this is happening now. Both Aina and the barkeep looked at each other, then they looked at Other as he pursed his lips together. Well, this was a mistake.
And a half.
Get drunk, I mean, I don't gotta get drunk. What do you know? I think I kinda do need a drink.
I think you've already had enough.
Take that, sobriety! It's your greatest nemesis, Freudian slips! Get me drunk, please. I don't want to think about being naked now.
Wait, what?
Other was already bringing himself enough shame, so Aina kindly overpaid the barkeep in a desperate action to make her go away. I'm going away now! Once the barkeep left, I hate this kind of abbreviation so much. She took one of Adder's hands and pulled it away from his eyes, trying to take a good look at his face. She would have had better luck looking for faces in the mold covering the walls.
What, you mean they made the walls from
And
dead
this
people? Oh,
guy! This freaking guy just literally barges in, emerges from under the table and ruins everything with his mere presence.
Doth my ears deceive me? Or is that the tinkling of coins I hear? Or the nakedness of Adder?
Yes, that too. None other than Geoff finally turned towards them with a very calculated nonchalantness, plucking the strings of his perpetually out-of-tune ode. Aina pulled her ears down and sighed audibly.
Ah. Goodness gracious. If it isn't Ladder,
Yes, ladder.
accompanied by the petite patroness, no less, of all the miserable taverns in the loathsome city.
They both knew that Geoff had been expecting Adder and had clearly seen them walk in, but why say I like a normal person?
I know, right?
It's either the Geoff way or the highway. Or the window, in his case. The evening, Mr. Bard.
I know what time of the day it is.
It's adventure
Thank you very
time.
much. Thank you very much. I'm painfully sober yet, or at least sober enough to recognize a moon in the sky and a lad eaten up by misgivings when I see one.
Yes. Give me all of your I don't know what I was going for, but there you go.
Give me all of your horns, my good friend.
Nom 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 nom.
Ina, what did you tell Adder to make him wail like that?
Tell, trigger word.
Oh, woe is me, so young and I'm turning hard of hearing. Speak up, dearie.
What an absolute jackalope.
Yes, he's a jackalope.
Aina and Steve greeted one against the other loud enough for Adder to hear. They exchanged a very serious look, one that said, "Don't."
Geoff doesn't look like he's getting the message. Either that or he doesn't give a hoot.
A series of strangely precise grunts and gestures followed one another under the expectant attention of the bard. Afterward, they both looked at Adder until he finally relented. Sigh. She wants ya to keel over and die.
Why? Is she too lazy to kill me herself?
He just...
It was a question, not an invitation. But of course, that kind of subtlety doesn't fare so well around the likes of you.
I'll show you subtlety on your noggin!
You wouldn't know subtlety if Adder punched you through the wall.
Aina was considering how to best break Geoff's snout in a single strike, but Adder fulminated the bard with a look before Aina had so much a chance to grunt.
Cut me with the sword if thou must, but wound me not with the knives in thy eyes. Not you, cabbage head. I know you'll do both gladly.
Hey, quit picking on her!
Picking on her? Goading her a little counts as a provocation now? 'Tis but a jest between old friends. Very old friends. Ina knows it, doesn't she? Doesn't she?
Doesn't she?
Doesn't she?
What are you asking me? I don't know! And 3 Steves and 2 exclamation Steves.
Oh, the family reunion is growing bigger, I see.
Yes, children of Morta over here. I said quit that, Bard!
Me? She's the one that casually throws people out of windows.
That's 'cause y'all make her mad!
Gods? Gods? Yes, see, my friend broke a buck's spine, but that's okay, 'cause she was mad.
Thanks for passing by, lady!
Yeah, I'm just here to put these here. I don't want any parties.
Oh, indeed, yes I do. Adder was about to reply, but the barkeep finally arrived with 2 cups filled to the top, where she surely hadn't spit at all. Don't drink those.
Yes, the extra money was for her not to spit in the drinks. Ah, just the thing to keep me goading.
Geoff grabbed one of the drinks before Aina had a chance to grab hers. She rose up from her seat, livid. Oh, nice ceiling,
Oh,
by the
God.
way. She's looking at the ceiling. There's a really nice fake vomit attached to it. It looks fresh.
Oh, the fake vomit puzzle.
Hold up, boss. Don't go breaking promises so soon. I'll pay you back for that one. Here, you can have mine instead.
Aw.
Aina took a brief look at the edge of the cup. It was covered with foam, which meant that Adder had taken a sip, which meant that his lips had been there, which meant we're in high school, apparently. Shut up and drink, you child.
No, she can't have that one either. Ina's not old enough to drink. At least formally. And she's never getting older.
Just as Geoff was about to drink from his cup, Aina snatched her drink back. She gulped the beer down.
I'd say I hope you choke on it, but you can't even do that.
Aina proceeded to spit the drink all over Geoff's face and then slammed the cup against the table, leaving a crater in the metal sheet.
Oh, wow.
He
Also-
deserves it.
Yeah, Geoff definitely deserves it, but geez, that's some strength.
I mean, what has the table done to you? Right? The table was
Yeah.
innocent.
Look at him shaking.
Geoff is about to explode. Geoff dragged his hand down his face, trying to get some beer off his fur. He was trembling slightly, but laughing all the same.
All this time thinking you were a golem, and it turns out you're just a misshapen walking fountain.
Yes, you keep doing that. Keep escalating. See what happens.
Jeez, no wonder you deserve to get thrown out.
Will you two quit acting like fawns? Said Adder.
Yeah, when Ada tells you to quit acting like it.
Pretty much. The whole tavern stared at Adder's outburst. Once Shane caught up to him, the row sat down again, heaving a long sigh. Aina and the completely soaked Geoff looked at each other absolutely flabbergasted. They both understood.
They did? Well, color me surprised. I must admit that being lectured in maturity by Mr. There's a beast in my pile of hay.
A beast!
Was-
There's a beast! Where's the beast? I saw a beast!
There's a beast in my pile of hay was the last thing I was expecting today. Indeed, this is no time to squabble. It's been forever and a half since we three last shared an evening together. And if it was about me, this would be the last. So I really, really, really need to know. What on the face of Dakna is wrong with you?
I'm fine.
You're as fine as muscular as I am, my lad. Come on. You can surely tell your best friend about it. You're not his best friend.
Hold it!
Are you?
Sorry, Bard, but this one of them things I can't tell anyone. Not even Aina! Destroyed! Obliterated! Snapped
Wow.
in twain!
Add a rolling max damage and intensity.
Woohoo! Natural 20! Absolute decimation! Outstanding. Geoff's eyes and lips narrowed until they both formed a line. Though wounded, he attempted a smile once more. You can hear the sound of breaking glass.
Ida looks so happy about this as well.
Wow.
Uh-huh. We'll go with fine, then. Look, Ada, I know you've positively fine, but you've been just a little quieter than usual. As in not blowing my eardrums quiet. Why are you so fine?
Oh, Other, you're so fine, you blow my mind.
Hey, Ada!
Okay. I just got a lot on my mind right now.
Yes, I noticed you spend your nights moaning. God, why can't you just moan with me for once?
What do you want me to do? I can't sleep when I'm worried.
Worried? Oh boy, you're gonna go blind if you keep worrying so much, and I like
What? Tick tock, tick tock, tick tock, tick tock, tick tock. Ring. Don't go saying that kind of stuff in front of Aina, man.
Why? Is she not the one for whomst thy heart weeps?
And that's the whole reason why he's a nasty binge towards her, by the way.
Yes.
Oh no. Oh no. Not this again. No. I have to do it.
Oh no.
I have to do it. You know
Taking
that
my
I have to
headphones
do it.
out. Taking my headphones out.
Me. Say woo! You can come back now.
Okay, I heard you from my earpieces when you were out.
Say what? Why does he say it so often?
I don't know. I'm going to give you the chance of your life here. Do you want to sleep with Ina?
Do you want
Oh,
to sleep
wha-
with Aina?
Come on, let's sleep. Come on, let's sleep with her. Oh gosh.
No! Okay, bye.
This is so bad.
Adder got so flustered that he almost flipped the table. Aina suddenly lacked the dexterity to find any of her many weapons and the accuracy to wrap her hands around Geoff's neck. All according to Keikaku.
Oh, Geoff, you're such a
Yes.
horn.
Yes, everything. He is everything.
Is that a yes?
It's a gosh darn freaking gazelle, alright? Well, that
It's out the bag.
just, that's out of the bag indeed. This is such a incredible night for revelations and drama and bad music.
And all the above.
Adder immediately dunked his face in the drink. Geoff's jaw fell to the ground. Aina forgot how to breathe.
Yeah, I mean, that does look like as if somebody doesn't know how to breathe with that sort of look on her face.
Geoff, I think Geoff is staring at the infinite as we speak.
I like how it said his jaw fell to the ground, but his jaw is clasped shut. Is it because his jaw fell so far to the ground that it basically came back upon itself?
Well, either that or the artist has not drawn the scene.
Oh, that's another thing, yes.
The bard proceeded to spill the contents of a cup all over the plate, banging the table with a fist and laughing over the top of his lungs. Aina's cheeks swelled up as she tried her best not to cackle.
Wait! All that melodrama? Just for some barhen lass?
That ain't the hyphen.
That ain't the hyphen. This couldn't be sweeter. Oh, you're a horn eater.
You're one to talk, Geoff.
This poor hobo was so mistaken, you see. Thought you'd cry for a golem, but you're just too wholesome.
Quit with the golem thing and listen just these once, alright? It ain't about me being a horn eater or not. I mean, it don't even matter. It's been a moon since she gave me the axe. Literally, she threw an axe at me. I'm alive for a miracle. But I needed to see her one last time, and something happened at night. Something I can't tell Aina or you or anyone. And I can't stop thinking about it. I can't stop thinking about her.
Wow. Ah, yes. I'm sure a lot of things happened that night. Or didn't, from the look of your face.
you
know, there's not a face unbeknownst to this bard. So tell me, which Zell has been touching your
Ivan, your knifens.
You're not hyphen! You're the hyphen!
Go tune your ode, Geoff, literally and metaphorically.
Wow, touchy. Anyway, I'm glad to hear that you're a healthy deer with healthy obsessions that don't include lifelike dolls with a penchant for smithery. I'll leave you two friends to your business dinner. What an ass!
He is. No, wait, he's a deer, not an ass.
You know what I mean.
Okay.
Okay.
With that, Geoff got up from his seat. Instead of going back to playing his horrible songs, however, he headed to the back door, muttering things under his breath all the while.
Why couldn't it be me?
Stupid sexy ladder. Aina's eyes finally drifted back to Adder. He turned red like a tomato. Get off, am I right? That bard's 2 straws shy of a hay bale, and only alpha smart. Aha! Ha ha ha! Aha!
He has half the brain that I do!
That's what Seed should have said at that time. Sorry, boss. I need a moment. So, what do we do?
Stay with Ada, I guess.
That's a different choice from the one I made last time.
Oh, okay.
Of course, Aina couldn't care less about Geoff's problems or any request for privacy. She was only concerned about others' well-being, and by well-being, I mean apparently questionable love life.
Should it be really questionable?
From a societal standpoint, it is considered as such. It's
Yes, I
not
gathered
right,
that.
but there you have it. Ada looked her way again. Aina's lip trembled, but she managed to keep a straight face. She tapped the cup, trying to remind him that it was there, and that she still very much wanted him to drink it. Sorry, boss, but I really don't want it. Beer just don't taste the same anymore. I've had better, sweeter things to drink, if you know what I'm saying.
Yeah. We know. He drank from a different cup, and now he cannot drink from any other cup ever.
Ay. I don't know why I said that, but okay. Aina's eyes were immediately drawn to the cup Ada pushed into her hands. You ever tried wine, boss? Like, for real grape wine? It's so good, it's even better than the mead we got back in the prairies. Just a few nights sipping grape juice, and I'm darn spoiled rotten. Haha! Aina stared at the foam edge, and the foam stared back. Okay, that was oddly existential for a moment. Would she really get an indirect... Really? Really? That again? Aina? Aina looked up again, somewhat startled. Her gaze locked with others. Other gasped at the sight he had seen, bracing himself for something. The boy leaned in closer, still fixing his eye on Aina's. She didn't understand what he was trying to do, but he was managing to look really dumb while at it. You don't say...
Yep. That's the Sid Vicious look, alright.
I got off the brain that you do! Darn it all to oblivion. I really thought I did the thing this time. The thing? What thing? It earns... Ho ho ho! Ho ho ho! Ho ho ho!
Oh, Ada, my friend, we all eat on someday, no?
No. No. Why? Why would you do that? What's wrong with you? Was it really that funny?
Just the reaction like, no, what the frick wrong with you? Sort of reaction.
Oh, this might be one of our best playthroughs, honestly. Boss? Boss? What are you laughing about? Aina shook her head vehemently. Orn Eater.
Horn eater, do 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 do.
I bet my life, not for love, but for you, Orn Heater. And then her face met the table.
Table, meet Ina's face.
Yes,
Ina's face, meet table.
I said her face met the table, not the oxygen around her. I knew it! I knew it! I knew it! I knew it! You just wanted to get me all drunk to hear that. This is why I didn't tell you anything. I knew you just laugh at me. Like you're doing right now. What a bold assumption. Aina making jokes at the expense of others. Inclinations. Never.
I get the strange feeling this is partly a lie.
Okay, maybe she could give off a Orn Heater at any and every occasion, but that was totally different. That was a totally different matter. She'd never call Adder our Orn Heater. Probably. Aina considered how very much not at fault she was, as she shifted awkwardly on her seat, making the bag of coins tinkle. Of course! Aina held the coin out for Adder to see. His eyebrow twitched a little. You can't buy my forgiveness. She flicked her fingers, revealing 2 shiny Dorus. Oh, will you forgive me for a shiny Doru? No, no. Will you forgive me for 2 shiny Dorus? Yeah. Scooby-Doo.
Yes, I know. I actually remember that Scooby Snacks vid.
Yes.
Oh,
All right, maybe you can. I'm a harlot, basically. She opened her palm, revealing a few more coins, and then tapped on his forehead. 3, 4, $6 for my thoughts? I don't know, it's really too personal to... The purse tinkled again when she eagerly slammed it against the table, almost breaking both. Again, what has the table done to you? First, you harm it with your fist, and then you face plant on it, and now this? You gotta promise me that if I tell ya, ya won't laugh at me, for real. Look at me, ma'am. This is my serious space. Ya promise? All that money and still making demands? Jeez.
Come on, this is not how bribery works.
Aina promised herself that she would at least make an attempt. All according to Keikaku.
All the Keikakus.
I'm a gaze reader. I read all the gaze. There's a lot of gayness coming from your hair, boss.
He's a gaze reader, alright? He's a gazelle reader.
No.
Eat a gasp.
Le gasp. A what? I can read minds. I mean, choked laughter.
I can't do Motley's laugh.
Was made. The darn, you got me. I really thought I could fool you this time around, but nope, you're just too smart for me, boss. Here, take your money back. My pa raised a liar, not a thief. Sniff.
Oh dear, it's 'cause it's true.
Adder took his cap to his mouth, drowning his laughter in the drink. Incapable of controlling her strength anymore, Aina patted Adder's back, which made him drop the drink over himself. Ah, not the cape, darn it! I just washed it last moon. Last moon. Oh, look at that
Oh.
soft, fuzzy.
That's some delectable fluff there.
Other lifted the hem of the rag only could refer to as a cape, trying to determine the extent of the damage and revealing something that definitely wasn't beneath it. Oh, you
Before.
mean those signs of scorched hand palms on his shoulders? Yes, those look mighty suspicious.
What is this, a Phantasmagoria 2 scene?
Phantasmagoria, a puzzle of deer! A burn? Aina reached out, attempting to touch the strange mark on Other's chest. The boy recoiled immediately.
I don't know why, this pose reminds me now of Jerry Mouse when he's in the shower and then before he hits Tom with the, you know, on his nose with that brush.
Ah! Yes. Hey now, this ain't no place to get all touchy-feely, boss. We're in public.
You mean you do it privately?
I mean, you have to pay for it. Illigrab. I guess she did pay for it. Come to think of it.
Try to.
Illigrab would have argued that getting all touchy-feely was just as bad in private, but Other never quite minded. Really? Old man never minding his own business? Feels like that? Really? Okay, if you say so. Other never quite minded Aina invading his personal space when no one was around to tell her father, I am still burning over here! It was, nevertheless, a very strange thing to say for a boy that kept stepping over the line and hugging his boss no matter the situation. Ah, how am I ever gonna clean this?
Well, with
And
water.
then
Oh, hello.
This guy shows up.
Quite easily. All you have to do is rub the fabric with some distilled alcohol. Leaving it in salt water overnight could also do the trick. Believe me, I'm an expert when it comes to getting liquor stains out of my clothes.
That is a very specific expertise.
Yes, a very specific expertise indeed.
Just gotta give it a good rinse in the beach. Got it. Thanks for the tip, sir. Dad? Is that you?
Is this a Kung Fu Panda free situation?
Do you need anything else? I couldn't help but notice you sat down at our table uninvited.
Indeed I do. I could not help but notice that fine example of barhand craftsmanship accompanying you. I am beyond impressed by its degree of autonomy, and just look at the expressiveness in its eyes. I could swear that I saw a tear in them. How about Ina needs another adult?
Well, this is getting uncomfortable. A little bit. Barhan, what now? I don't know any witches. What are you going on about? Do we even know each other?
We absolutely do not. You may call me Burbis. Burbis. Or is it Burbis or Babis? It's probably Burbis.
How about minding your own biz?
Yeah,
Have
mind
you
your
thought
own.
of that?
Mind your own Babis.
Exactly.
If you must spend your breath discussing anything other than this beauty, look at that skin. Porcelain could never be this pearly. Gods above! Is that alabaster?
Adder and Aina shared a confused look while Bearbeast kept rambling.
He's
and
drunk, isn't he?
dancing, apparently.
He's a dancing, rambling drunk, isn't he?
Is he hitting on you?
And she's all like, no! However, the almost total absence of a snout and that triangular nose shape do not seem to align with the heavily embellished idea of the Arcane held throughout the rise of the Basakasfarat. A fawn, perhaps? No, of course not. Eyes so detailed, rounder shapes, and a small mouth. Oh, look at that blush, covering the nasal area and the cheeks.
She's being literally objectified.
The very expression of femininity, undoubtedly unique.
And I must say, the awful green hair is a nice touch.
I don't like how he stares at her.
Dan right he's hitting on you.
Of course, the Sephi may have had a twisted sense of humor shaping their servant like us, but they had their own moral standards. My point is, I never expected to see a golem with a female features. Could I somehow convince you to part with it? All right, you're gonna have to leave, sir. Oh, by Hitati. It even talks. How did you make it do that?
She. Aina's a she.
Yes, I said as much. Wait, what are those spikes between her teeth? Some sort of defense mechanism?
Would you like to have a tour of her mouth?
Oh my gosh, he is.
Oh gosh. Barbies pulled Aina's jaw open with his left hand, trying to get a closer look at her fangs. I'm sorry, is this a dog show now? Luckily for all the involved, the other pulled Barbies' hands away from Aina's mouth, right as her jaw snapped close.
An automated shutdown function with timer for protection and the inner workings of the artifact. Ooh, how fascinating!
This guy has never seen a woman in his life.
Yes, he has never seen a living person.
Have ya lost your marbles? Don't go sticking your hand into people's mouths, ya creep!
Why, I would never. Oh, you are talking about the golem, are you not?
Aina is not a golem! I've been telling people about it since the beginning of this godforsaken game! But nobody listens!
Indeed, this is not a golem. This may very well be the golem. And I am very much willing to pay accordingly, I assure you. But to elevate it to the status of person...
Ollie Horns, is my accent too thick for damn northern ears? Aina is a doe! A doe!
Are you certain about that? I do believe I look more like a doe than she does. If you would be so kind to ignore the pun.
That she does.
Yes, she does. Also, he's gonna get a punch in the face.
Oh, so you're one of those does that saw off their horns? You mean trans?
You could have been a fair deal subtler about asking the question. Yes, I filed my claws for better accuracy, and yes, I lost my horns. But I am a man. You are no less a deer for having lost an eye, are you, sir?
I get the feeling you're mixing weight with chaff here, but I ain't gonna judge nobody for getting touchy about their horns. Sorry, Mr. Bearbees.
Make him apologize to Ida. Worry not, friend. Truly it is not the individual to be blamed, but a society that places unnecessary emphasis on weaponry and traditions from an age of intellectual darkness.
Here, I get so much grief for having small horns, but I says to anyone that looks at them wrong, ya got a problem with them horns? Cause I should be the only one worrying about my horns.
Indeed.
Okay. Goodbye, I'll leave you to me.
Actually, no, she seems to be, pacing. Indeed, isn't the practice of turning our antlers to bones as a rite of passage simply barbaric? Without it, we would be free of accidents, such as the one that beset me and your need to overcompensate for your size complex.
Who told you about my size complex? Dear... wait, what? My
Wait,
what?
man?
Both Adder and Bearbeast turned to look at Aina. They'd clearly forgotten all about her.
Wow, look at that face. I could almost swear it looks offended.
Alright, let's go over this one more time. She, not it. I ain't saying that Aina looks like a doe, no siree, she is a doe. Mr. Bearbeast, and I'll buy no doe. With a feather, not a builder. Aina's gaze shifted the other way upon hearing the word doe, used to refer to her. She nodded anyway, not to leave Adder alone.
Well, it certainly is not uncommon for an engineer to consider his magnum opus a child. It is, however, extremely unnerving, much like your complete ignorance towards the unique characteristics of your acquisition. The albino-like features we are accustomed to stem from the decay of their original paint. The root of her fur and beet red underpaint on this Ina's nose indicate that she was most likely done originally.
He just keeps talking and never shuts up.
I would have punched this guy ages ago, you know. I see the green dye is recent, though. Copper dye, perhaps. A bold choice. Certainly not one I would have made myself.
Everybody has something to say about her haircut.
Yeah. With all due respect, sir, do you understand the kind of chemicals you are exposing your golem to? She's not a car!
She might as well be one, by the way this guy is describing her. Adder stood still, so very still it would seem he had turned to stone. Oh, this happens. Then the stone began moving. He got up very slowly, putting both hands on the table, until he was fully standing like the towering mass he was. You can't call her my boss. You can't call her my friend. You could call her a zillion bad names and she'd be all of them and more. Well, gee, thanks, Adder. But by that help ya if you call her my golem again. Adder's scream almost sent the Bearbeast's glasses flying. He still doesn't look impressed, though.
Yes, he looks very highly unimpressed.
Panting and clenching teeth was not an expression befitting a boy so sweet. Aina put a hand on Adder's arm. The boy stared at it for a moment before carefully shrinking back to his place on his seat. Ahem.
Ahem. If your eyesight is as bad as I suspect it is, perhaps you should consider acquiring a monocle, friend, or a relaxing cup of hemlock tea, both of which would do you much good. You're an ass. I can't believe it, but you're making me more mad than Geoff.
Oh, wow! That's saying something. Well, in fairness, we are clearly not supposed to like this guy.
Yes.
I am not so sure about Geoff, though.
I'm not sure of how you stumbled upon her, but I am what you might consider an expert on the subject of Basilerat.
Yes.
Basalat as a whole. And,
Basak Serat.
oh, is there a K in there?
Yes.
Oh, it just looks like an L on my end. A Basakarat as a whole. And I can
Bas,
tell
bas, 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 bas,
Basakas.
Okay, okay. You know what? You know what? I don't care. Let's just move on.
Baskarat as a whole, and I can tell you, this is a golem.
She's not. Yes.
It's two.
It's happening, Devar. We're having
This
moment. Trademark. Is not.
Fine. I've been told that Rose seemed hard of hearing out of sheer stubbornness, but let no dear say I did not attempt to reason with you first. Prepare to be convinced, sir. What, are you just gonna get a
Barby's cape flew open. He drew a dagger with his left hand and pointed it at Heather. Whoa, that escalated. Seeing this, the barkeep rushed over to their side. And what's all this then? Stop that, you half-wit! They're gonna destroy the tavern!
Who? That fool?
Before even an inch of the tiny blade had been revealed, the other started running, and even though Burbis clearly didn't have any intention to pursue him, Adder kept running all the same. No, not the Sanford, the beast! The beast? Where? Where's the beast? I saw a beast!
Oh, not this again. Please. This is a golem. Honestly, are all of you villains near-sighted?
You are want to talk. Aina glared at Berbis with all her strength, but she'd promised not to cause a ruckus. All she could do was stand up to watch our brave buck immediately head in a panic to the other end of the room. A knight that ran in the opposite direction whenever he saw a pointy thing. Some knight that would be. Then again, Adder hadn't said anything about that for months. The only one to ever mention it anymore was Geoff. Of course, Adder had stopped talking about becoming a knight. He knew how ridiculous that sounded, and he had probably realized at some point what everyone knew. There was no hope for him. Once more, Aina had stayed behind. She had clung for dear life to the idea of a boy that had outgrown her, ridiculous as it sounded in that precise moment. Aina sighed to herself, finding the whole situation rather underwhelming, I'd say. She didn't even react to Burbis's approach. The so-called golem expert cut a small gap on Aina's trouser leg. As you do, normal person here.
Yeah, totally normal. Now face the irrefutable proof. Look at this! Wait, where are its joints? Maybe the other leg? No? Over there? How about up?
Oops.
Oh, wow. This is very anatomically correct.
I cannot believe this is happening.
What the
Ah! Photo taken moments before you die.
moment before destruction to one's face?
I mean, he deserved it.
He deserved it ages ago.
Well... Well, perhaps there was still hope for Adder. How was I supposed to know that that asshole son of a beast was Lord or whatever?
I really don't know what to say. Part of me wants to yell something like, I expected better from you, son, but I'm all about standing up for the little guy. You're all tiny to me after all. But against all evidence pointing to the contrary, Ina is very much not the little guy in any situation. Ever. And if she was, you really should be a little wiser about who you pick fights with. Oh, great.
And this happened. How was I supposed to know that that asshole son of a beast, where's the beast, was Lord or whatever?
Hey, we don't use that language here.
That's how we call them pervs that don't respect a lady back in my town.
Making mothers the subject matter is not respecting ladies.
The patrons insults Maz all the time, and I ain't never seen ya complain.
And since when's that senile desert scrub a role model?
Ever since I lost my dad. He abused me just as much. What are you snickering about? It's kind of your fault too. I guess.
What in the name of Hatsa are you laughing about now?
Quit hollering! She don't know what's going on! Aina! Aina, I'm here! Just let me go with her!
Oh no, you're not going anywhere. I keep my guards well behaved. I expect no less from the citizens. Ada, mindless violence is not the solution to your problems. I thought you knew this already.
Adar let his head rest against the bars that covered a small window in the door, making sure to give Ilegrab his meanest look. Oh yes, that's such a mean look right there.
Yeah, it looks like he's sad. Look, I'm sure this is all just some big misunderstanding. I know Berbis. His train of thought is a bit weird sometimes, but he's not But he's not a bad kid. There has to be an explanation for this.
He was literally undressing her. That's
He was
what was happening.
He's a creep.
Ain't got nothing to hyphen. Ain't
Nothing
got
to
nothing to hyphen.
Kid, I can barely understand a word you're saying. You're going to stay here thinking of what you've done until Berbis wakes up. If he wakes up. Come on, Ida. It's time for you to go home.
Steve.
That's a nice
Hey.
detail. She's wearing Ada's thing now.
Aina gave Ilegrab a very meaningful look.
Fine. You can wait for him in the entrance. But I swear by Haima that I'll rake you across the coals if I find a single brick out of place in Ada's cell when I'm back. Are we clear?
Aina nodded eagerly. Ilegrab gave her a dubious look, but he seemed to be in too much of a hurry to make sure she'd stay put. Break into other cell! Or actually keep a promise for once.
Well, this is new to me.
Pre-zone break! Pre-zone break! Pre-zone break!
Do you want to break into his cell?
Oh, I thought you'd never ask. Too bad Ilegrab forgot to say anything about the cell's window. Aina took a brief look into the room from outside. To the city's guards' credit, the dungeon was actually considerably nicer than Geoff's house, and definitely safer. No beast or Makadar would find Adder there. That was athletic.
Yes, very excellent.
It didn't take Aina much effort to bend the iron bars and sneak her little body in through the window. Aina! Aww. Adder didn't waste a second. He immediately threw his arms over Aina and began smothering her with half incomprehensible cries that were most likely meant to be reassuring. They soon derailed into some sort of lecture. Sob. I swear by the free and all the small gods that I ain't never going back to the tavern with ya, ma'am. Adder hugged her with a force that would have destroyed anyone's ribcage for a good 10 minutes, but Aina didn't have the heart to stop him.
You mean literally shouldn't have a heart to?
When he finally pulled away, his nose was running and his face all wet. Anyway, I'm glad to see that piece of crap didn't hurt ya. Sniff. That knife looked so sharp that I couldn't help but... Wait, didn't Illigrab just tell you to stay the hey out of here? Boys! Adder took a hand to his face, babbling about the trouble she was gonna drag him into. And there it was, that strange mark again, but now she could see it in all the detail. A hand-shaped dark mark on Adder's chest that was most definitely not there last time she got a good look at Adder's chest.
Adder's chest.
Of course, Adder noticed that she'd noticed. What's this? Poison? Oh no, Burbis must have cut me. Praise the gods, I ain't dead. Aina made it clear that he was about to be very dead if he didn't begin to spill the beans. I really thought it was just a burn. A hand-shaped burn? Adder didn't seem to be lying, but he clearly wasn't telling the truth either. Aina inspected the mark up close. Long, slim fingers and a small palm. It clearly couldn't belong to a deer. Lacking excuses to do so as often as she'd like to, Aina put her hand on his chest just to be sure that it couldn't be one of her kind either. Which of course left one people and one girl.
The gazelle.
Detective Aina is on the case. Sigh. Yep, it's just what you're thinking. Aina's ears perked up immediately. Adder smiled tenderly in response. I wasn't lying for once when I said I could read minds, boss. I mean, it ain't like I can hear your thoughts or anything like that, but I just sorta... know? Just if the gazelle was talking about earlier, she taught me how to read the Hatsta as it passes through ya, following the trail of emotions, all your lives ever left in it, through nothing but your very eyes. You know, I just realized something.
Yeah.
That's the same power I gave Cosmo in my Sonic fanfiction.
Oh dear.
I don't know how to feel about this now. So basically, mind reading and a few other things. Aina made her best attempt not to look at Adder like he'd grown another head, but it wasn't a very good attempt at all. I know what I saw, boss. I swear I read her mind. But I got too close to the fire and ended up burnt, which I didn't start. I didn't start the fire. It was always burning since the world's been turning. Now, when I call for her, she don't answer, and no matter how much I try, I haven't managed to use my powers ever since. What am I supposed to think anymore? I feel like I'm going crazy over here. There, she meant to say, ruffling his brown hair. She meant it this time, however. Aina had no doubt that Other had seen something, but that something was in his own mind. His nightmare would chase him out of his sleep and hide in every shadow. It's not that Aina thought him crazy, of course. He was just naive, anguished, and a little bit delusional. But he's not crazy!
Definitely not.
A couple of compliments and some suggestion and the boy would have thought himself a Makadar.
No, he definitely saw that memory.
Aina could almost picture the scene. Some saucy gazelle with the gift of the gab burning Sino root convinced Other that he had powers beyond his imagination for just a Doru and 3 setepas. The rest of the evening was free of charge because of course it was. Aina put that bitter, absolutely not jealous train of thought aside for a moment. A burn? Why would he think it was a burn? No matter how much Aina waited and impatiently tapped her boot against the ground, Other didn't say another word on the matter. A small smile appeared on his face after a while, heralding a story, as it always did. Well, you see, thousands of years ago. You know, boss, there's only one reason I wanted that whole gaze reader business to be true. Guess why? Aina's glare could have frozen the whole step. Right, what I mean is that you gotta think of the answer. Boss, come on, I wanna stop being the fawn that cried, Beast! A beast! I saw a beast! Look at me and let me prove I can do this. Indulge him or refuse.
Let's indulge him.
Snort. Fine, why not? It couldn't possibly hurt. Alright, look me in the eye and don't move, Kay. Think of something with all your strength, like you were putting your whole mind to it. Aina shut her eyes for a moment, trying to think of her feelings or an insult.
I'd say her feelings, but
Okay. Aina opened her eyes and nodded, much to Other's delight. He shoved his face right in front of hers and began staring at her with such an intensity he could have burned a hole in her forehead. Minutes passed. Other's face became more and more contorted every instant. His snout was wrinkled, his jaw was jutting out, and he was completely cross-eyed. Aina's thoughts clashed against each other as a mean smile spread across her face. Doth thou not want for thy sweetheart to be as sweltering as me, thou bed-swerver?
that's an interesting thought there, Ina.
That's an interesting insult, bed-swerver. Other's ears perked up. As his eye focused on Aina again, the smith immediately took a step back. She hadn't even opened her mouth. He couldn't possibly have. Aina and Other didn't have time to say another thing. A key began hitting everything but the lock, marking the end of her visit.
Ada. Please tell me you're still there.
Ilagrab nearly slammed Other's cell door open. He finally stopped saying Other upon seeing said boy calmly sitting on the bench.
Aye.
Yes?
Hey there, lad. I have some good news and some bad news. Which do you want to hear first?
The bad?
The good news is that Burbis is alive and well. He'll wake up soon. The bad news, you and I are going to be taking a stroll to the marketplace.
How's that bad?
Are you familiar with the words attempted magnicide? I don't like where this is going. Don't worry, I'll explain on the way. Off we go.
Hold up! What do you mean by public execution?
Well, that's escalated quickly.
And that's the end of chapter 2.
Okay, so this happened. This escalated quickly.
This escalated pretty fast, yes. Okay, fun fact. Had you chosen not to break into others' jail,
Yeah.
Aina would have had a scene with Jasif. She would have shown up, and the two would have met, and there would be some sort of implication that they both knew each other beforehand.
Oh.
Honestly, that would have been a much more interesting scene. But we chose to break into the cell, so we've gotten that instead.
That's interesting, though. You've actually followed Geoff in your first playthrough of this, you said?
Yes, I did. It was a bit of a waste of time, honestly. So,
Okay. I just wondered if there was anything different.
yes, there is Geoff really, really, really loudly freaking out about the idea that Adar was dating Jasif because he figured out what was going on. Yes. So that's a whole can of worms right there and there. That's the end of the Hayseed Night. That's all that it is currently available for this game. I hope you enjoyed this ride along with us. We most certainly did enjoy it. You should play it for yourself and wait patiently for Chapter 3. I want it now, dang it! That's one spicy cliffhanger.
I know, I'm so invested in this story, so much so. It's a really well written story so far. I'm really invested in these characters.
Yes, me too. Honestly, I need more of Sep in my life right now. More of Jasif, please.
Yes, I would like Jessup, please, as well.
Yes, I would like a good elfy dose of Jasif, please. Actually, should we play this chapter all over again and just get the Jasif ending?
It just depends if we can skip all really fast to the choices.
Yes, yes we can.
Drake? What? Where's the door hole? Goes right there. See, I drew it with a magic marker. You were supposed to cut it out with the power saw. Dude, I'm gonna. So go get the power saw. Okay, I will. I see the problem. Oh, do ya?
Skipping.
It's always quite funny.
Mushroom.
It's so funny how it skips, like, in these visual novels so fast.
Yes, I am so glad that this option exists. Which means that when I will be forced to replay this game from the start when Chapter 3 comes out and the new version is downloaded with it, I will not have to read this all over again.
That's a good point.
Let's just go with this original choice.
Yeah, and then let's skip till we get to the choice that matters.
Yes, the choice that matters. Because not only it has Jasif in it, but it also introduces a new character.
Purvis, you still deserve that punch.
And he runs away heroically, and then he comes back and punches him, and we have this. And here we go. Prison break! No! Actually,
Nah,
keep a
let's
promise,
keep a promise
for once in your gosh darn life. Aina cast a look on Other's direction. The boy nodded. She'd better behave. Aina took a seat on a sturdy-looking bench and fixed her gaze on the tip of the boots. She wanted to try her best not to cause a ruckus. There she is! Yay!
So you're not just going to keep me waiting. You're going to keep me waiting in a cell?
Well,
Look at this
basically,
Gaston-looking guy.
Yes, Gaston! No one stalks like Gaston. Well, you know, when you say it like that, you make me sound like a douche nozzle.
Yes, you are, actually.
But babe, you know that I wouldn't leave if I didn't have to. It's an emergency, like, totally.
Elbars, you are a douche by saying babe.
But the rockers came her way all the same. A strumpet?
A strumpet? That's a very unusual term for the lady. Why can't you just let me go home and tell Miss Rachel that you can't make it today? I'm sure that I can get you a refund. Again.
Because I still want to do this, damn it. Just wait here, act like you've been caught. I'll finish in a minute, like, totally. Come on, babe.
Ouch, girl.
Ha ha!
I'm sure you will.
Ha!
I get it now.
What was that?
You are yet to prove me wrong, Sir Askidas.
Pampas Hussy. Okay, somebody's having fun. Just you wait, I'm gonna bring the best wine in the whole of Akazur and we'll go back into your room and it's going to be a wonderful goddamn night. You hear me? I'm going to wipe that smirk off your pretty face and bam, 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 all night long, baby. Wheeling and dealing, son of a gun. Woo!
I see this guy is like openly a horn eater and proud of it, I see.
Yes. Also, he pays for it.
Yes, he wears it like a badge of honor.
He must be rich.
Yes.
The door slammed shut. The gazelle remained impassible.
Bring more wine for Joseph.
All according to Keikaku. Or Sexkaku in this case.
Sekaku.
Sexkaku!
Oh, Elbar, you're too easy.
I heard it, babe! In any other situation, Aina would have surely made some snide remark to herself about who the easy one was, but for the time being, she had other things in her mind entirely. Jasif, really? What was she queen of? The oversized butts?
Oh, wow.
I mean, she's not entirely wrong about that. I mean, the thickness is quite evident.
It's off the charts. Where are you looking, Snowflake?
Oh, I sense gayness coming from you. I'm a gaze reader. For being so good at being sneaky, Aina definitely was lacking on the art of subtly appreciating others' figures. The gazelle looked at Aina with a condescending smile.
And who might you be? the backup plan? And here I thought Sir Askadaz only loved me for my horns. What? I'm sorry, I don't speak beast.
A beast! Where? Where's the beast? Other punches through the wall. Oh, hi, ladies.
Gah.
Gah.
I don't speak Fawn either.
Phone is a language now? Aina folded her arms over her face, angrily looking away for lack of a retort that didn't involve using her fists. Call it intuition, call it experience, call it genre savviness. Okay? But oh, Aina would have bet all of her father's possession that snippy girl in front of her was the one for whom others sighed. Jasif, as she'd called herself, tiptoed around Aina in search of a spot to rest her legs on the same bench. She stopped halfway, suddenly pulling closer to Aina. Ho ho ho!
Oh, that's a curious pattern you have there. Where'd you get it?
Aina wasn't feeling particularly disposed to reply.
Say, you wouldn't happen to be friends with him? What's his name? Something about a high field? Ada, perhaps?
Aina's ears perked up as she turned to look at her. The gazelle smirked, suddenly irradiating an aura of haughtiness.
Or hotness? Wow! Oh, hi up here! A green-haired albino? Doe, of course. He told me quite a bit about you. His beloved boss. Iona?
Aina followed Jasif's line of sight, finding the signed armor she carried on her back. Her name didn't read correctly in modern Sirnar, but it was more surprising to find a gazelle that could read at all.
No, that doesn't sound right. Ina? Wait, Tessina?
The gazelle stared at her for a moment, wide-eyed. Her facade broke in a moment, revealing an excited young girl underneath.
The daughter of the merchant, yes! My brother had a huge crush on you. He begged and begged Mom to bring you home, and she even offered your father a hefty sum to buy you. But that was when she thought you were a golem, of course.
That happens often, doesn't it?
Yes. Do you remember her? Zar, wife of Igai? Or me? Any of that at all? Have you forgotten me too?
Aina hesitated for a moment. She finally shook her head, and for a moment she could have sworn that Jasif looked downright hurt. A heavy sigh signaled that the moment of honesty was over. Jasif let her face rest on one hand as she looked down on Aina once more.
Fancy that! I was just a child the last time I saw you. But I didn't forget you after all. Either I have a very good memory, or oblivion isn't as eternal as they say. Huh?
Ah, I see. She was a child at the time, and
Yeah.
Aina was as it is now.
Ina. Yeah, Ina was Ina.
Aina.
Don't make that face, Pipsqueak. Only an idiot would think that you're a golem for long. You don't need two eyes to see that there's a breath of soul inside you.
I don't think eyes can see that, but okay. It was now turn. It was now the gazelle's turn. Okay. Okay. I can
Typo
see,
here.
I can see why the new version of this game might needed to happen.
Yes.
It was now the gazelle's turn to stare at Aina until the smith felt uncomfortable.
I see anger when I look at you.
I'm a gaze reader. I read the gaze.
A selfish anger. Pride that only grows by the day. I see a need to have it all. A need to leave a mark in the people around you. Framed by the vague hope that they won't remember your mistakes anyway. But I can't see you at all. Are you a mirror, perhaps? Or am I looking too much into this like a certain someone I know?
Aina didn't understand what this Jasif was laughing about, but she immediately assumed that the gazelle was mocking her somehow.
So how does Oblivion work? How far back can you remember? Can you remember your life at all? Will I forget that you exist again if I don't see you tomorrow? Come on, humor me a little. It's my first time talking directly to a ghost.
A ghost? Where?
That's a new one.
As far as she could tell, anyway. What is that supposed to mean? No, seriously, that was ominous. So get out. Aina's lack of response filled the room with a deep, uncomfortable silence.
Actually, Mom told me that people get cursed for doing something so unforgivable. That the gods can't look the other way. But what would a kid like you do? Leave food on the plate? Forget to brush your teeth before bed?
Insult her, insult the gods, insult her butt.
But that's a unique one.
That's an interesting set of choices.
I mean, let's just insult a butt just for the sake of it, I guess. My plate may be full, but mine is surely empty, broad with a broader ass.
Did she just talk? Did she just talk?
Excuse me?
She just talked! She talked!
She talked!
Okay. Oh,
girls?
ladies?
Oh, ladies.
Wait, he's here? How did he even... Ugh, never mind. Where's that idiot Elbar when I need him?
Jasif paced back and forth, muttering things under her breath as she looked at the door, but the smith didn't hear any of that. Her mind had stopped functioning altogether. Aina hadn't even opened her mouth. Could it be that she'd really...
You, cabbage head. Make sure he doesn't do anything rash.
Her imperative voice echoed in Aina's mind, clouding every other thought. She suddenly felt obliged to comply.
Oh jeez, I wonder why!
Okay. And there you have it. That was a much more interesting route, wasn't it?
It was way more interesting. Really like the seeing Jasif again.
Yes, it was great to see her again, but it was even more interesting to see this glimpse into their potential relationship. Because, yes, I do believe that is an option, actually.
Oh. Right. That's interesting.
Yes, yes, more of that, please. More of Jasif and Aina sharing any given scene together. You can just leave Adder out of the story entirely.
Well, he's gonna be executed anyway, so.
Oh yes, that's going to happen. Wait, that's a short story. It's supposed to be the Hayseed Night, right? Okay.
Maybe Joseph and Ina are the real main characters.
That would be an interesting twist, but I doubt.
Yeah, I
That's-
know. It's I'm joking.
Either way, I am curious to see what will happen next, so I will be here waiting for that next chapter to drop, and then we both are going to go back and play it.
I will wait with bated breath. I really like the characters. I find the setting interesting. It's really good writing overall, save for some typos here and there, but because it's early days still, it's bound to have some slip by.
The writing tends to have its quirks every once in a while.
Yeah,
For the most part, it's solid and the characters are well-rounded.
also the art is very nice.
Yes, the art is very nice and apparently it's even better with the newest version.
I can't wait for that because I saw the previous versions of what they look like, the old style of the characters, and I find this one a lot more charming than
Yes,
the past
it has a lot
version.
more personality. And Adder's design reflects much better what he's going through physically.
Rather than the chunky boy that we saw.
Yes, the chunky boy. Once again, thanks for joining us, everybody. I have been Madhog Thy Master.
And I've been Devar Arkvarod.
And this has been our playthrough of the Hayseed Night. To be continued, hopefully. Get this game on itch.io. The link is in the description. You can follow the creator of this game on Twitter. The links are in the game itself. And there you have it. We'll be seeing you next time. Good night.
Good night and take care, everybody.
The test recording song is back.
Oh no, the reprisal.
Reprisal of the test recording.
This can't be good.
A reprisal. Test recording 2.0. Please chime into this thing.
Ding ding ding.
Test recording
I'm trying to think of stuff to say,
redux.
but it's like being silly right now.
Test recording remake reboot. Test recording mid-quell.
Test recording HD remaster.
Test recording which happened before but not after the murder of John Kennedy.
Oh, okay, that went by really fast. Well, that's happened really quickly, I should say.
Don't mind me, I'm just establishing canon facts.
You mean historical facts, right?
This thing now has a lore to it. I think we're done with this now.
I think we are, yes.